I'm going to call our January 27th special meeting of the Board of Supervisors to order at 9 a.m. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. We're going to start. We do not have any moments of silence today. We're going to start out with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'm going to ask Supervisor Sabatier to lead us in the pledge, please.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Next, we'll go to our agenda item number 4, which is public input. We will start today in the room. If you have public comment for anything that is not on today's agenda, you can come forward to the mic and state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes. Do we have anyone in the room who wishes to make public comment? That's okay. Come forward, please, and state your name for the record.
Nicole Sullivan. Hello, my name is Nicole, and I'm an IHSS provider here in Lake. The recent sewage spill is affecting home care providers and their clients. These are hazardous conditions that we and our clients have to deal with. We have to drive around the area to meet with our clients who have health risks and are very sensitive to the contamination from the spill. I have to change my clothes and shoes before going into someone's house. I have to do a lot of extra work just to ensure the safety of people who are vulnerable to the health risks. I went to the IHSS office to get PPE and I was denied. That means I have nothing to protect myself and my clients when I come to the area. There are county employees receiving hazardous pay, but I barely get above minimum wage. There are other counties that guarantee free PPE to their IHSS providers, but we don't. This is not the way you treat essential care workers. The work we do is essential to the lives of our most vulnerable people, and the county is clearly not prepared to support us during unforeseen problems like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room for public comment? And state your name for the... Please state your name for the record, and we'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Enos Larks. I am an IHS provider. And, you know, it's a little bit hard for us, people like me. I have 3 clients. I'm away from my family all the time. I have to have 3 clients to pay my bills. You know, it should be a little bit more lenient towards us that we could make ends meet without having so many clients. And I'm just asking that you guys look in on that and see what you can do to help us, because we're underpaid. And there are people out there that are really ailing that need help. So I'm asking you guys to look in on that and see what you can do to better the situation for us as individuals out here providing for those people. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else in the room? And please state your name for the record.
Vicki Osborne. My name is Vicki Osborne. I'm a union member and an IHSS worker. Our IHSS workers have now gone 2 years without a contract, which you guys know. You guys have given yourselves a raise, and I would like to know who authorizes you to give yourself a raise, because we didn't vote for it. This puts your pay in the line with supervisors in nearby counties are making. We like to make that kind of money. Shoot, we wouldn't be here. You clearly believe that people should get paid what they deserve. We care for nearly 3,000 people in Lake County. We may not have a big job title, but we work and we do what's important. The people who receive care are grateful for what we do. We deserve to have some security. We don't deserve to live paycheck to paycheck. And we don't deserve to be broke and barely getting by. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? And please state your name for the record.
Roseanne Domingo. Good morning, board. Okay, so we have gone 2 years without a contract, and our elected board that sits here before us today has offered us only a few cents more an hour, and it's insulting. We've had enough. Our message to all of you has now changed. Please listen carefully and closely. We need leadership that actually understands and cares about the needs and livelihood of our community. Some of you have an upcoming election, and voters will remember who prioritized the needs and care of our seniors and that of our disabled. We will no longer, once again, we will no longer endorse weak leaders that are not willing to feel comfortable or intimidated for doing the right thing by lifting wages in our county. We are not afraid to begin the recall process of those we helped get elected. We worked hard to get you in, and we are committed to work even harder to get you out. The ball is in your court. Our boots are on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. And please state your name for the record.
Good morning, board. My name is Luisa Costa. I'm the proud SEIU 2015 representative here in Lake County and in several other counties. It was communicated to us through your negotiator that you will not return to the table until we had a new wage proposal. Please know that we have submitted a new wage proposal, and we urge you to please review it, and we urge you to get back to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. And please state your name for the record.
Good morning, I'm Siva Jameli. You should know my face by now. I am really disgusted that we have to do this every time we've ever had a contract in the last 36 years. We've had to do the same thing. I'm getting tired of having to come here and beg you people to do your job. We get you elected, and then what do? You look the other way when we need money. We have to have money to survive. We are the largest employer in this county. What do you think your county would be doing if we could have enough money to pay and put stuff back into our county? Where do you think we shop? We shop in our county because we don't have time to go out of county because we're working for 2 or 3 people. I'm 71 years old and I got 2 clients. Why should I have to work that hard at 71 just to stay alive? Get off your blankety blank and sign that proposal, because we are tired of having to come and ask you. We're tired of having to beg for it. It's not right. You should know better. 4 of you sitting there are there because of us, and yet we can't get you to help us. You can't support us. You can't give us a wage that we deserve. I'm tired. I'm really tired of having to come here and do this. And I'm sorry for yelling, but I've had it. I've had it with you guys. It's time you get into the proposal and give us what we ask for, because it's not unreasonable. And we know you can afford it. We don't give proposals in our union. We make sure the finances are where they are to be able to support what we put in. So the proposal is not over what you can afford. So why are you sitting on it? Sign it, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Casey Malone, and I'm the political organizer with SEIU 2015. I am fairly new to my position. I've been here and spoken once before, but I'm looking forward to meeting with all of you soon. In light of what's going on in this county with this sewage spill, I would imagine that you all are feeling a lot of financial pressure as board members. Understandable, it's your job and duty to take care of this community. And also, I would really love to stress today that our program, our providers are paid 50% by the federal government, 30% by the state, and 20% by the county, with a 10% matching option. Therefore, you will be supported in your decision to raise wages. By many sources, it will not just come from your general fund. In fact, it will only come from your general fund if you raise wages by 10% or more. So I would really encourage you to go back to those proposals, do your own research about where this money is coming from so that you can pay these people fairly. You know, like we've been discussing, raising the wages of these caregivers will lift the tide. And as caregivers, you know, they care for their partners, their children, their siblings, their parents, their disabled children, aging family members. By lifting their wages, you support the entire community. If there are, say, like 2,000 caregivers in Lake County, which I believe is roughly accurate, if they each have maybe 2 dependents, that's 6,000 people. If they have more than 2 dependents, it just keeps going up. That doesn't even count their recipients most of the time if they're working in multiple households. So you have the opportunity to make a real difference almost instantaneously in your county's economy. And I can't imagine why you wouldn't decide to make that choice, especially during an election year, where we would love to support the candidates who stand with us in this contract. Thank you. And please respond to my phone calls. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? Please state your name for the record.
My name is Mary Hudson Donahue. I'm an IHSS worker, CIU local member. Here to say that I know that we are a poor county, Lake County, and I know that there are not a whole lot of facilities for those who are ill, especially our seniors, our disabled. They don't have a lot of places they can go here in this county. Not a lot of institutional places for these folks, the disabled. And our care really matters to people. We help these people stay in their homes, which means a lot of, we all know how hard it is to get housing, okay? And these people are poor, we're poor. Nobody's helping me stay in my home, but we have a lot to do. Many of us carry more than one client, and we could really use better wages. I'd appreciate if you all just consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? And we're going to move to online, or do we have somebody? Please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the board. Tom Lasik. Passing a piece of paper out because I think it'd be easier to see it when I try to explain this. This is in response to something that Supervisor Sabatier mentioned a couple weeks ago about the CDD finances and that issue and how did you miss it? You know, what could I have done better? I'm certainly paraphrasing what he said. This is how we knew there was an issue a long time ago. And this is just sort of help as you go forward as a board to maybe have better financial scrutiny of what's going on, because I know that this is a big budget. The first table is just, these are all from the past. This is the CDD expenses. It's not the CDD expenses, it's just the net cost line item. All of the departments have a net cost line item. And if the department is supposed to be self-funding and then net cost is positive, that should raise a red flag because it's saying they're spending more than they're bringing in. And it deserves a level of scrutiny that's more than just a cavalier response from a staff member or department head. It deserves a line item and a dollar amount. A line item and a dollar amount that adds up to whatever is in the budget. And as you can see, you adopted for this department, for all of those categories, a budget that was already spending more than it was bringing in. The second table is the cannabis reserve fund. And now it doesn't have to be cannabis, it can be any reserve fund because they all seem to have the same issue. And that is, while the numbers tick and tie for the year, the report doesn't explain how the numbers change from year to year. It should work just like your bank account. You have an ending balance and a starting balance. The ending balance from one year should be the starting balance of the next year. And there should be an explanation of how, for example, the number dropped from 20 million to 17 million to 11 million. And that information doesn't usually present itself. I could not find anywhere in any of the budgets from the previous years a clear explanation of the finances. I think the reports may be doing you a disservice, and it might be something you should check into because the numbers are changing and there is no explanation for it. The third table is a summary of the various presentations that have been given to explain the cannabis reserve. And again, it doesn't have to be cannabis, it doesn't have to be reserve. All your departments provide wonderful slides that depict or try to explain additional information. The thing is that none of these numbers match your reports. They don't match any of your finances. Not the starting number, not the ending number, not the numbers in between. There's no record anywhere in your reports that are presented to you during budget time that accounts for these numbers.
Okay, we'll have to wrap up.
Yeah, so thank you. Yeah, and
Thank you.
with that-
We need to wrap up. Do we have anyone else in the room? Okay, we'll move to online. Carolyn, do we have anyone?
Yes, I have Rhiannon Felipe.
Rhiannon Felipe, we're going to unmute you, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Rhiannon Philippi on behalf of Senator McGuire today. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Rhiannon Philippi. I am here today on behalf of Senator Mike McGuire to respectfully urge you to invest in the well-being of the community by supporting IHSS caregivers. There are over 2,400 IHSS workers in Lake County. Yet, nearly 10% of authorized care hours went unfulfilled last year, meaning people aren't receiving the care they qualify for. Lake County's IHSS workforce remains among the lowest paid workers in the county. As a result, 86% of the county's caregivers work multiple jobs, and over half struggle with food insecurity, housing costs, and delayed medical care. These conditions make it harder to retain caregivers, worsening the care shortage. Obviously, we understand the significant issues and financial pressures facing the board right now. The good news is that Lake County can use the $1.10 state participation and the 10% match option to raise IHSS wages so that the county can raise wages for IHSS workers while more than 80% of the cost is covered by state and federal matching funds. IHSS workers are vital links for our disabled and senior neighbors, especially in rural areas. They provide essential services and companionship to the most vulnerable members in the community. We respectfully encourage you to continue the negotiations and come to an agreement quickly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Carolyn, do we have anyone else online?
Yes, iPhone 15.
iPhone 15, we're unmuting you. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sky Lewa, Pillsbury Family Farms. And as you heard public comment and move through today's meeting, I ask that you take a moment to reflect on the county as a whole. Every part of this county functions differently, and every workspace carries its own culture, challenges, and strength. We've heard from people who feel supported and grounded in the work they do. We've also heard from people who are still searching for clarity, stability, and direction. Both of those experiences are real and both deserve to be acknowledged. The county does not run on titles or charts. It runs on people who show up every day to do the work, often behind the scenes, often under pressure, and without recognition. Those are the voices that are worth listening to very closely because they are living the systems as they exist today. This is a good time to take an honest look at how the county is functioning overall, to ask whether your systems are allowing growth, learning, and forward movement, or whether they are holding us in place. Change is a natural part of life. And as a Native American, in our ways, nothing is never meant to stay the same forever. Growth requires reflection, and reflection requires honesty. If you want a county that moves forward in a good way, you must be willing to listen deeply, learn from what you hear, and make space for improvement where it is needed. We all share the same responsibility in shaping the future of this county. And I ask that we move forward with care, accountability, and respect for the people who carry the work every day. Muleha.
Thank you. Carolyn, do we have anyone else online? We do not. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, and we're going to move on to our five. What was that?
I think it was
Background. We're going to move on to our 5.1 item, which is consideration of a letter of support for advocacy to protect mobile crisis as a statewide Medi-Cal benefit. We'll ask our Behavioral Health Director, Elise Jones, to come up and present.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Board, and thank you for allowing this item to be presented on relatively short notice. The California budget is being shaped as we speak, and the dollars and cents are being added up by our legislature. And one of the proposals on the table is to reduce the share of cost that the state currently supports for the mobile crisis benefit, effectively shifting across counties probably over $200 million back of worth of burden back onto counties. For Lake County, we're still undetermined about the extent of the impact, but we are aware that should that come to pass, it would be a budget challenge that would have to be solved for, likely by a reduction in services. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll bring it to the board if we have any questions or comments at this point in the Supervisor Pyska, go ahead.
This is something that we really need to support. I don't have in District 5, there's no peer support center. My residents in my district rely solely on the mobile crisis outreach.
And I wanted, thank you for that. I would just add to that in addition to no peer center in District 5, I don't believe we have one in District 1 either, nor do we have any behavioral health offices or facilities in those two districts of the county where the other three districts do have peer centers and or offices of behavioral health. So we've got a large chunk of our county that doesn't have readily available access to behavioral health services as we do in some other districts. So those are my concerns at this point. Anything else from board members? No? We'll go ahead and open it up to the public. If there's any comments from the public, I'll start online first. We have no one online. Do we have anyone in the room? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for any further discussion or ready for action if we're ready.
Mr. Chair, I move that we authorize the chair to sign a letter in support of protecting mobile crisis as a statewide Medi-Cal benefit and opposing the proposed budget change that would shift the non-federal share to the benefit of the benefit to the counties.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Director Jones. And with that, we're going to move on to our item number 6, which is our Board of Supervisors Governance Workshop. It's got many parts to this, but this is one item that we're going to go through today. And we will not be taking public comment until we reach the end of the item. So I would suggest folks, if they have questions early on, maybe make note of those and be ready when public comment opens up. And we're going to start this governance workshop with hearing from our Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer Matthew Rothstein. Go ahead, Matthew.
Good morning, Supervisors. Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. As you are all aware, in January 2018, the county hosted a series of 5 community visioning forums to gather the public's priorities. One forum was held in each supervisorial district. That public process culminated with the Board of Supervisors' adoption of 10 key priorities for the next 10 years, the county's Vision 2028 statement. And those priorities are consider and promote the well-being and economic resilience of every Lake County resident, maintain a transparent county government that is responsive, efficient, effective, and fair, continue rebuilding and all efforts to recover from our recent disasters, enhance public safety, protect our residents and serve them well, develop and maintain a high standard of disaster prevention, preparedness, and recovery in collaboration with all community partners, grow our economy and spur creation of quality local jobs through focused economic development, clean up our neighborhoods through code enforcement, foster a business-friendly environment, pursue funding to strengthen communities, market Lake County as a premier California outdoor recreation destination, advocate for Lake County's needs through targeted political action, and improve our infrastructure encompassing roads and transportation, water and sanitation, internet access for all. Support the county workforce through targeted training, retention, and recruitment initiatives. Collaborate with tribes, cities, and community groups to maximize opportunities. Care for our county's defining feature, Clear Lake. And finally, invest in Lake County's richest resource, our people. Provide pathways for our youth leading to bright futures living in Lake County. Encourage volunteerism, service, and action toward the common good. And recognize the wisdom and experience of Lake County senior citizens and serve them well. Board members past and present, county department heads, and staff have worked hard to implement this vision. And the County Administrative Office, if you can please go to the next slide, Carolyn, has likewise developed a draft strategic plan for 2026 to 2028, which will be revised in consideration of today's discussion from department heads and your board, presented to county department heads in February, and brought back to your boards very soon thereafter. So that concludes the statement. It's always important that we reground to what the community's priorities are and what has been communicated through that previous public process. We're cognizant that we're coming to the end of that term. The strategic plan presented soon will build on those priorities. And I just really appreciate your board's continued appreciation of public needs and intent to support them with everything we've got. So that's our restatement of our Vision 2028 priorities. And with your board's permission, we'll move on to our legislative priorities.
Do we have any questions on the initial statement? No, seeing none, go ahead and move on.
So next we will turn to our 2026 County of Lake legislative priorities. And we have 2 slides that depict those in list form. You'll additionally be aware that there were documents included with your agenda packet that had a little bit more detail. So the substance of what we're looking for your board's direction on today is your concurrence with the legislative priorities as attached to your board's agenda in those full form statements. And we're looking forward to your discussion as well. We are very pleased that agreements with Nielsen Merksimer and Paragon Government Relations provide for Lake County to have a presence in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. We're grateful for the support of those individuals that contributed to the draft state and federal legislative priorities, which included both representatives from those firms and county department heads. Neither of the lists in your packet is exhaustive of every possible priority, and our advocates from both firms continue to indicate that it's generally desirable for these priority statements to be relatively broad, allowing action within those categories of emphasis to be quickly taken as needed. Additionally, we are fortunate that we have experienced administrators in key seats of county leadership prepared to help us face the considerable lift that priorities like preserving and pursuing funding for health and social services programs and seeking to revitalize our infrastructure represent. We're also very fortunate to have experienced legislators like the Honorable Assembly Majority Leader Cecilia Aguiar Curry, Senator Mike McGuire, and Congressman Mike Thompson, and our federal senators as well that are prepared to fight for Lake County. So this is truly a moment of opportunity. And your board's leadership and the collaboration of staff and our advocates can make a real difference for the communities that we serve. The priorities are here before your board today. We look forward to your robust discussion, and I wanted to make you aware that there are representatives of both Nielsen Merksimer and Paragon in Zoom that are available to help respond to your questions. Thank you, and we invite your discussion.
We'll bring it to the board, and we're going to go ahead and start with Supervisor Pyska.
So I just want to, the letter that we have has a little bit more detail of what they are, and it looks like it might be a little bit more updated too, because there are some things in the letter that aren't necessarily referred to here. Do you want to go over those? Do you want to go over the letter?
So we don't have the letter prepared to project. It was attached to the agenda packet.
Right.
But I can say that one area in which there's some additional detail, for example, in the Health and Human Services category, we had really robust collaboration with the Health and Lake County Health Services, Behavioral Health, and Social Services toward the statement that's before you today. And that notes that we are going to be preserving and pursuing funding for health and social services programs, for example, particularly in light of H.R. 1 making sweeping changes to Medi-Cal and SNAP by reducing benefits, eliminating eligibility for some populations, shifting costs to states and counties, and increasing county administrative responsibilities. And we're committing to working with state-level associations, which will be particularly critical this year, and supporting proposals that ease administrative burden on counties. And a particular import this year are ensuring that statistically sound and equitable cost-sharing methodologies for CalFresh administrative funding, streamlining and aligning CalFresh work requirements and reporting, and promoting state-level solutions for in-home supportive services provider pay, for example. Ensuring that healthcare workforce pathways are flexible and hospitals and essential health services are stabilized is likewise crucial to meeting healthcare needs in rural Lake County, and ensuring public health capacity is preserved and increased where possible. And we just heard, for example, from our behavioral health staff how critical something like mobile crisis services can be, not only for our ability to provide mental and behavioral health services in Lake County, but also to ensure that we don't have an inappropriate number of contacts with law enforcement and system involvement that could be avoided as a result of appropriate care.
Anything further, Supervisor?
Well, I just want to add that the reason we adopt these each year is so that we can have a unified priorities from the board. So individually, we can advocate in the areas that we do, and we do that both at the state and federal level, along with our lobbyists. And so I just wanted to make sure that this board knows that I'm continuing to work on the updates to FEMA. That is still the task of the disaster task force that I'm on with NACO for the next 6 months. We're going to continue to work on that. And then along the lines of energy, environment, and land use, the EPA Clean Water and Drinking Water State Revolving Fund is something that we need to make sure that we have current levels of funding maintained at minimum, but we really need to look at increasing the rates. And for counties, we have a lot of aging infrastructure, and I think we know a lot about that right now. So that's something that I'm going to continue to press on too. So I just want to make sure that those were in line with the board's adopted priorities, and that the board understood that those were two avenues that I've been working through NACO to advocate for.
Okay, I want to bring up a question to the board related to the legislative priorities. As I'm reading through this, I believe, such as the item we had before where behavioral health presented a letter for us to sign to the state, would that situation could have really already fits in here? That's the way I'm understanding it. And a couple weeks ago, we had another situation where we had probation bring a letter that I also believe the situation going on with that could already fit into our legislative priorities under public safety. So what question I want to bring to the board is, we have situations that come up all the time where we have a tight timeline to get a letter sent for advocacy, but we have a practice of having to bring those items to the board every time, and it's oftentimes a challenge to get them on a board agenda. So wondering what the board feels about changing our practice to be able to send these letters if it fits in an already stated board-approved legislative priority. Can we send letters without having to bring an item back to the board? So that's what I would like feedback from my colleagues on how they feel about that. I can think of 3 examples right now where it's been a challenge for these situations. So I wanted to discuss that a little bit. And Supervisor Sabatier, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been in too many situations where I've seen things after the fact, and I'm not always enamored by the language used or the details, because details matter in what's written in these letters. 2 of us can sign on to any letter that we want to. We have that power that's given to us through our policies and procedures to submit letters in support of department heads who are asking for these things. There's always the possibility of extra items, as we've done, but I think if we are looking for a full board signature, I think this just says we can speak to these things and we can support these things without coming back to the board. But if there's a letter that's going to have the signature with the power of the entire board behind it, I just think we need to be very wary about just allowing free will to use all of our names and saying that this is the support that we have, because I think details matters. If it does move forward, I would say we need to know what those letters are. I just found a letter that was written on my letterhead that I was not aware was written on my letterhead, but signed by somebody. So that was concerning to me. So I just want to make sure that we don't get ourselves in a situation where we don't know what we're sending out as the Board of Supervisors. And I also think that details matter. If we're on top of it, usually things don't happen overnight in the state or the federal government. There should be enough time. We always talk about how slow things move. There are those opportunities sometimes where things happen to move faster, but I think typically we're able to do something about it, and I don't think it's a waste of time to let the people know what we're saying we support or don't support, and I think it matters to us that if we say yes to something, those are going to be our words that we say yes to, that we know exactly what's being sent out. So that's just me.
And I certainly understand those concerns, as you stated. I do think there's a way that, if something like this did move forward, that we would be able to keep all the board members informed immediately on what was going out, which oftentimes, we advise the public of that anyway. So I just think it creates, by not having the ability to do it, it's more bureaucracy that we have to go through to quickly get something out. So that's why I brought it up. Supervisor Owen?
Yeah, I do kind of concur with what Bruno had messaged, and the big reason why, we could do if we were in other boards that I've sat on that are not bound by Brown Act, we would do a phone survey of what was appropriate. But the big issue here, I think, is letting the public know what we're doing and the transparency. So that's why I would have I really think it needs to come back here to all of us if all of our names are on it. And that's primarily for the transparency reasons.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I have to agree to an extent. I know that year and a half back or so, we had a situation where there was a letter that went out. I know I made one as well. And the public and media had misconstrued it with a full statement from the board, which wasn't true. But a lot of times these groups like to use optics, and it puts us in a bind. I know it's a bureaucracy that is unfortunate, but I have to say that I'd rather err on the side of caution than to put something out, that could be implicated as the full board, if that makes sense. So, yeah, I know it's unfortunate that we have to get something to the board and we have to discuss it, but we have to also make sure that the public has a chance to state their case if we're doing a letter. So I'd have to state, I have to agree with that, so.
All right, well, I appreciate the discussion. And did you have further, Supervisor?
It was to continue on the conversation of the lobby focus and whatnot.
I think we've concluded that question, so
Yeah.
we can.
So I just, I'm looking at all the topics, and some of them, all the topics are great. There's nothing on here that's not good. But I kind of wish there was, who's working on that here, and who here is working with our lobbyist firm to try and gain a benefit to what they're attempting to get accomplished. And I don't see that connection here. So are we asking them to pay attention to something that maybe we didn't work on at all year? And so I feel like our strategic plan is what's the missing component here. Like, what is the goal this year and how is it being connected to what we're asking our lobbyists to do? But I also feel, and I don't think it's ever going to disappear, but a lot of it is very defensive and very reactionary stuff that's on here. The one that I appreciate is the infrastructure investment stuff. All of that is not necessarily reactionary, but more of trying to maintain the infrastructure that we have. I don't see much in economic development specific here, because I think what this county needs more than anything else is economic mobility. Who's working on opportunity zones right now? I don't see opportunity zones on here, but yet there's an opportunity zone 2.0 that has occurred, and it wasn't there before when there was the previous opportunity. Well, we didn't have really a lobbyist at that point in time. But I want to know what here is reactionary to what's happening within legislature and Congress, and what is proactive to make the changes that we want to see, so that we create a better platform where these things that I'm reading are less on our backs and more we've been providing the tools to the community to be able to cope with these things and deal with these things in a better way. If we don't have economic development, then it's going to continue to be on our backs, and I don't think that's a sustainable program. So I'd love to see what our strategic plan looks like. And I'd love to see a more proactive approach on how we plan to move Lake County in a position where the people are less reliant on us to solve their problems because they have the economic viability to do so or the resources to do so on their own. And I'm not seeing that in here. And I would love to see that change. But again, if something is on here and we're not working on it, then I don't think we should have it on our list. And so I'd love to see what department and get a better understanding of how often have we worked on this specifically over the past year.
Well, I definitely appreciate your feedback, and we can come back with more that I can say to 2 points. In terms of economic development in Lake County, energy projects are one area of opportunity. I know we've had multiple discussions with our board on that topic. And Ben Rickelman, our deputy CAO that's focused on economic development, is working on the opportunity zones topic specifically. These priority statements do tend to be a little bit broader, a little bit more conceptual, but I just wanted to, and that has been our past practice. But I do want to just let you know, I hear your feedback and your need for us to make sure that connects to the priorities that are in the strategic plan, and that we have a sense of what we're doing proactively going forward.
And I would just add to that, and this is something I'll be asking at the end of our meeting today, but I'd love to get some kind of, I don't know, every 3 months, every 6 months report. What have we done to pursue these things. And it's also really hard. I mean, just kind of going back to the letters, appreciate the letter coming from behavioral health today. And yes, absolutely, I've seen the benefits of having our mobile crisis units. But I also don't understand what I'm saying yes to when it comes to the state. What am I taking away if that is going to be supported? Because there's only a finite pie of money that is available. And so I'm saying, please support this, but am I going to say, oops, I lost this other thing that I really don't want to lose? And so it gets really complicated in what we're asked to support and not support. And sometimes I don't know that I have all the information in front of me.
Thank you. Any further comments from supervisors at this point? Not seeing any. Matthew, do you have anything further?
I don't have any further comments unless your board has any additional questions. I just want to remind, since they're not here in the room, that representatives from both Paragon and Nielsen Merxham are on if you have questions of them specifically.
I don't have any further questions. I appreciate them being here and being available and the work that they're doing for us. It looks like Supervisor Pyska has a comment.
Do they have any updates for us?
So
check in on that.
I know we have Jeff Neal. Did you want to provide any brief updates on state legislative priorities? Or I know we were going to be scheduling a time for you to come to the board in early March as well. So we could wait until that time for a more robust update if it pleases the board.
Yeah, if there's anything critical that he wants to say now, that's fine.
Okay. Well, we could give an opportunity for any critical updates from each. So Jeff Neal, on behalf of Nielsen Merxham, are there any immediate and critical updates at the state level?
Nothing too substantive. We're still pretty early in the state legislative year, and so legislators are introducing their bills. They have a bill introduction deadline of February 20th, which is why we've scheduled our update for early March so that we can see all the bills that are introduced and present to you on the ones that we believe are most critical for you based on the priorities that you're discussing today. Obviously, the governor's budget proposals came out, and while there were not a lot of substantive major proposals, and that there were a few that affect counties, as you heard earlier on your previous item this morning. And so we will be working, if you approve the priorities as presented and as discussed, we'll be working to react to the federal changes proactively with the state to make sure that, for example, those health and human service changes are implemented in a way that benefits the county as much as possible.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to be here today.
Yeah. And Rachel Mackey or Tom from Paragon, do you have any urgent federal updates?
Hi, all. Good morning. Rachel Mackey here. I think just the main thing to flag, and you've probably read about this already, is that while it had appeared that Congress was set to pass and then have the president sign a spending package that would take care of the remaining bills funding the discretionary portion of the government, the incident in Minneapolis this weekend has kind of thrown a wrench in that. Democrats in the Senate are now signaling that they won't vote in favor of that package because it includes money for immigration and customs enforcement in the Department of Homeland Security spending bill. Because of the timing of when Congress is in session and where we are in the process, we're looking at most likely a partial government shutdown that could extend into next week, unless Congress is able to figure out a way to quickly strip that controversial bill out and get the rest of those agencies funded. So that will impact agencies like the Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Labor, the EPA, and others. So just flagging that, that is likely coming this weekend.
Thank
the
you.
only thing to add, this is Tom Joseph with Paragon. The House is not in session this week. So even if the Senate decides not to move or decides to strip Homeland Security, the House is not prepared to respond until next week. We don't see a 43-day shutdown as we saw earlier, but there may be a glitch in funding in the short term.
Thank you. Yes, Matthew.
So as we close this item, my recommendation is that your board agree by consensus. The priorities documents are a living document. We have the date updated at the bottom of the form for a reason. So I'm hoping that your board may be open to, by consensus, adopting the version that we have today, or making minor modifications that we can come to consensus on, so that the efforts that our advocates are undertaking can begin in response to these priorities, and then also get your board's direction in terms of next steps a little bit more clearly if possible.
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, I don't mind approving what's in front of us, but I do want to see if there's consensus to bring something back. I think Ben Rickelman and the work that he's working on from the economic development perspective needs to be in this, and I'd love to see that come back with an addition. I just wanted to bring up, and I don't know, I don't have my glasses on right now, but if Mr. Sullivan is either in the room or online, there have been some concerning changes to property taxes, which kind of put us in a bind to the point that in the very near future, it may be completely impossible to deal with tax defaulted properties. And that is very concerning to me. We've had some discussions about low value ordinance and other things like that, where we're literally about to get the tools completely yanked from out of our hands in dealing with some of these things. And so if it's possible to have a discussion with Mr. Sullivan on how our lobbyists can help track what may or may not be happening bill-wise in Congress and bill-wise within the state, but there's some grave concerns about where things are going due to some people misbehaving in the way that they're utilizing these tools, unfortunately. And I've had those conversations with them, and so that's why I bring it up, because, again, it would be helpful to have a resource that pays attention to those things.
So do we have consensus to approve that as a living document and include the comments made by Supervisor Sabatier?
Or bring it back with
back
specific amendments, because I don't have those amendments for you.
So it looks like we have that consensus.
Thank you.
Okay, does that conclude the legislative priorities portion?
It does, and just want to say thank you to your board for your engagement. I think the discussion was very high quality today. Look forward to next steps.
Thank you. And we're going to move on to our fiscal report, and we'll invite our Deputy CAO, Casey Moreno, up to present that.
Good morning. Casey Moreno, Deputy County Administrative Officer. So starting with the secured property taxes, they are so far at about where they were in 23-24, but we do plan on having the remainder brought in the last half of the fiscal year. Next slide, sorry. For sales tax, Bradley Burns is a 1% sales tax, and Prop 172 is a 0.5% sales tax. It is a little lower than we were anticipating so far, but this is only through December. So we do have January, usually posts around the end of the month, so any time now, and then through the end of the fiscal year. Next slide, sorry. Cannabis cultivation and business tax. So the last couple fiscal years have been, what we've brought in is about what we have spent. So that's been very good. We had at the end of last fiscal year about 13 million. This fiscal year, we did move 4 million to the budget stabilization reserve. So it is lower than what is showing right there. Next slide. So here is where all the cannabis cultivation and business taxes are currently allocated. So we have various allocations for sheriff, water resources, community development, economic development and housing, library. And then for programs, we have COPTER, the BOS discretionary funds, child support, treasurer tax collector, and then we do have still unallocated 30-30-30-10, which I'll go into on the next slide what that is. Stabilization reserve has been moved, so that's missing. And then the workforce retention and development is sitting at about 1 million. Next slide. So the 30-30-30-10 is 30% for planning, code enforcement, water resources, and environmental health. Currently, just about all of it, all but $4,000 is allocated. Law enforcement is the next 30% bucket. Most of that is allocated with about $400,000 remaining to be budgeted. Most of that will be budgeted for future years. Same with economic development, housing, and risk reduction is the last 30% bucket, with just over $2 million allocated this fiscal year, with almost $500,000 remaining. And then youth programs is the 10%. Most of that is allocated, and that goes to the library. Next slide. So ARPA, the state and local recovery funds, the American Rescue Plan Act, we have until December 31st of 2026, the end of this calendar year, to claim everything, and we are on track for that. We only have about $1.4 million remaining to be claimed, and this is through December 31st, so we do have a claiming due at the end of this month, so that is not included. Next slide. So here are the projects for the 10 million standard allowance. Most have been completed, and by completed, it's just the funding has been fully claimed through ARPA. It's not an armory remodel, that's not complete yet, but the funding from ARPA has been fully claimed. There are a few projects that are still remaining to be either started, or one project that has not been started or at least not claimed, and then a few projects that are still ongoing. Next slide. So the non-standard allowance, so this was over the $2 million, over the $10 million, it was just about $2 million. And so we have two projects that are still ongoing: Kelseyville Seniors, Inc., remodel of the senior center, and the special district studies. So for reserves, we have the general reserve, which is sitting at $16 million. General Parks Reserve is at $2.6 million. The General Building and Infrastructure Reserve is at just over $8.4 million, almost $8.5. The Technology Modernization Reserve is at $3 million. Budget Stabilization Reserve, which is where that $4 million from cannabis went, is at just over $7 million. And the General Designated Reserves is at $3 million. And then for the Housing Trust Fund is at $2.2 million. Next slide. So a little more into Reserve 157, which is right now the funds that are in there is the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund, LATCF. And so that is has been unspent. That was one-time money that is put in there. It can be used for any governmental purpose. Next slide. And then potential impacts for future budgets. So we have the MOU increases, the cannabis tax adjustments, the House Resolution 1 or HR 1 impacts. There's always a possible upcoming recession, housing market volatility, spending trends of the population are up and down as they go, and then the annual net county cost contribution.
Does that conclude?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to the board for any questions. Not seeing any at this point.
Oh, I have one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, on the special districts on page 23, we have, what was that designated for?
So they have three separate allocations, and so there is some different studies, water testing, I believe, studies. There's tertiary treatment plant study, and one other that I can't think of, dump site.
The dump truck, the waste haulers.
Yes.
Okay. And so are we on track on that?
Yes.
Or, okay. For the designated monies?
Yes.
Anything further?
No, I think the rest of it is good.
Septic haulers probably is the better term.
Thank you.
Not seeing anything further. Thank you for the presentation. And with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to now start our department head presentations portion of the meeting. Yes. 5 minutes? We're going to be on a 5-minute break until 10:05, I believe.
Excellent.
And we are going to move on to department heads' presentations, as I was stating before the break, and we're going to start with the Administration and Human Resources Department. Turn it over to the CAO.
Thank you, Chair. So good morning, Board and audience. Thank you for this opportunity to highlight our efforts. It is with great pride that I present these highlights related to our 2025 accomplishments, our 2026 points of emphasis, data points and metrics, and staff is available here to answer any project or program questions you may have. And again, I'm not going to read the slides. I'm just going to pick up and highlight some of those more remarkable items that we've done. So to begin with, we led and coordinated the board adoption of the Lake County Housing Action and Implementation Plan. We're very proud of that effort, and it continues. We did advance the countywide housing strategy efforts, including support of the Pallison Place. And we continued implementation of the Regional Housing Trust Fund. It's still in the works of developing the bylaws and moving forward and selecting or prioritizing projects. We have continued the leadership and coordination on climate resiliency initiatives. We have supported the countywide evacuation planning and emergency preparedness. And we continue the multi-year state and federal advocacy efforts as presented here earlier in this presentation. We will continue to support the board's realization of the Vision 2028 priorities, and we will finalize the strategic plan after we meet with the department heads in February. We will leverage any state and federal funding opportunities to expand broadband access in Lake County, fulfilling the broadband implementation plan. And we will continue to support supervisors and water resources staff in advancing the Middle Creek flood damage and ecosystem restoration project. We don't have a lot of metrics, but the two that I'd like to highlight is as far as website views. We went from 24,700 views to 1.2 million in the last year. The second is content interactions. And the year before, it was 6.9 thousand interactions, and it's now at 15.2. So we have been increasing our presence both on the web page and in the community. And the next person up is Sam. Samick. I said Sam. I was thinking Sam. Thank you.
I have one question on that.
Supervisor Owen has a question.
On the 2025 data metrics, it had showed that 59.9 thousand were 3-second views. So is that I'm just worried that it might be showing a level of frustration since they obviously didn't get any work done.
I can't speak. I can't speculate on.
Okay, I have just heard some people mentioning frustration with it, so I wanted to bring that up.
Trevor, do you have a comment? Sorry, Chair.
Trevor Mokel, administrative analyst and also the manager of the county's social media page. So essentially what that is someone scrolling past it, looking at it, and then scrolling on to the next whatever thing is in their feed. So it's just a good measure of how many people are putting eyes on the content and then moving on to the next thing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. No other questions. We'll turn it over to Pam Samick.
Good morning, Pam Samick, Director of Human Resources, where I'm just going to highlight a few of our accomplishments. HR is fully staffed with 8 amazing full-time employees. We completed this year a salary study and helped with negotiations. We also implemented a new benefits platform, launched NeoGov recruiting platform, completed phase 1 of the Workday HRIS system. We did 295 recruitments, resulting in 150 full-time hires with 61 extra help. We improved the vacancy rates to 18%, first time in 6 years. Next page. Actually, next page. actually. And lastly, what we're going to be working on in the future, sorry, next page, I jumped, is the Workday implementation, which will require substantial effort on our team and will last over the next year and a half to implement all phases. Any questions?
Thank you, Pam. Do we have any questions from board members? Not seeing any. CAO, does that conclude that?
That does conclude. And again, we do have staff here should there be any program or project questions.
Okay. And not seeing any questions from board at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to move on, and I'm going to ask our Agricultural Commissioner, Catherine Vanderwall, to come up and present.
That screen's pretty big. Good morning, Board. Catherine Vanderwall, Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures. Before we get started this morning, I just want to, bring to the attention to your board that the Agriculture and Weights and Measures Department is regulatory in nature, so a lot of the programs that we do are mandated through the state. Some of our 2025 accomplishments: we hosted a cannabis cultivators outreach event. Some of you, I believe, attended. That event was well received, and we are planning on doing that again in 2026. We also purchased and installed a water meter test bench with a closed system. So this allows us to efficiently test water meters that are commonly seen in apartment buildings and mobile home parks using a closed system, so we're recycling the water. We also held a pesticide container recycling event. So this is a collection of clean, empty plastic pesticide containers. So a company comes and chips them and recycles them, keeps them out of our landfills. We hosted continuing education classes for pesticide applicators for their necessary continuing education units to renew their licenses. We also prepared and presented the 2024 Crop and Livestock Report, as well as updated the Crop Report Plus, which was the Agricultural Economic Report. And additionally, we prepared and presented the 2025 Weights and Measures Report. Some additional accomplishments: continued support of the Fish and Wildlife and Ag Advisory Committees. Staff participated in various outreach events throughout the year, including the Ag and Natural Resources Day at the Fairgrounds and the 2025 Invasive Weed Tour. Our department had met all state mandated program requirements for 2025, and we were fully staffed for 2025. Next slide. Some of our metrics measured, again, some of these are dictated by the work that is mandated to us by the state. Others, factors can vary these numbers, such as phytosanitary certificates. This is the federal paperwork that accompanies a shipment that's being sent out of country. So that number actually decreased, just depends on commodity markets at the time. So we have no control over that number, as well as the pest traps that were deployed and maintained. We did have a contract that was eliminated, so that's a funding issue from the state. So that decreased the numbers of traps that we had out. You can see some of the other numbers have increased. The pesticide safety inspections, so that's staff out in the field, boots on the ground, looking at people doing pesticide applications, field worker inspections, making sure everybody's safe. Our terminal parcel package inspections, that's staff going over to the UPS facility every morning. So that number is the actual number of packages that were scanned and pulled for inspection. The nursery and other plant shipment inspections, that's the 306 is the number of locations that were visited. Could have been 5 plants that they were looking at. There could have been 1,000 plants. Okay, next slide. So 2026, continued programmatic work to make sure we're meeting our state mandates. We did just recently get the truck prover installed. So this is to increase efficiency for testing gas stations. And I would like to thank the guys down at Central Garage for helping us get that installed. Our next step is, next week we are taking it to the state Division of Measurement Standards to have the equipment certified so we can be able to actually start using that. Continue to support Fish and Wildlife and Ag Advisory Committees, and continue to support the Lake County Weed Management Area. Metrics that we're going to measure in 2026 are going to be similar to what we measure in 2025. I believe that that's it. Does your board have any questions?
Board members, any questions? Not seeing any at this point. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. And next, I'm going to move on to our Air Quality Management District with Director Gearhart to present.
Good morning, Board. Doug Gerhard, I'm the Air Pollution Control Officer with the Lake County Air Quality Management District. And I wish my name, the name was shorter, but it is what it is.
Sorry, I got that wrong.
Yeah, no problem. So the Air District, as you know, we are also nearly completely a regulatory agency. So, we are mandated by state and federal law, Clean Air Act, Health and Safety Code, and then local rules and regulations. So our duties are mandated. Probably 95% of what we do is mandated under law. So it's a little challenging to make these things and come up with some of these metrics, as it is, there are legal issues. So, but what we've done this year, we've been short-staffed, but through that, we've done major upgrades to the online burn permit system. We have more to come, but at the moment, every year we are improving it and trying to make it better so that's easier for the public to use. 2025, we met all of our clean air standards, so we should still be in attainment. Data just has to be submitted and processed by EPA and CARB to get that verification. So we brought forward and completed revisions to the district's fee rule. We held public meetings, and the board has adopted this rule with implementation and being in process at the moment. That was a significant workload for the district, especially during our staffing times. We are working on the GAMP MOU. This has been in the works for more than 6 months, 9 months now that we've been working on this with Northern Sonoma and industry members and the public. And hopefully we'll have something coming to the board in February, at least for the transition, to start the transition process, as Northern Sonoma is no longer going to be operating as the contract manager for GAMP. So we have a transition period, and then we'll work out the details on the MOU once we have those things figured out. So, but progress is being made on the MOU, and it's moving forward. So then in 2025, we've issued over 638 permit renewals. We had two staff doing over 638 permits. We processed 1,293 burn permits, 82 smoke management plans, and we also hired 2 new engineers during 2025. So they are doing well and in training, but we're doing better staffing. We also completed our 2024 air toxics hotspot report, which the board received that presentation in January, and that will be an ongoing issue that we'll be dealing with now for years to come. So, next slide. Okay, so data metrics and data points and metrics. Staffing levels, we are up to 4.8 staff. During the last fiscal year, we hired 3 new staff, so we are up to 4.8. Stationary source permits are up. These are primarily modifications of existing sources and a lot of diesel generators. So that's what we're seeing the most of at the moment. Many sources are converting their authority to construct permits to permit to operate. So we're seeing an increase in those as they move forward. And then we are receiving a significant portion of the applications. We're waiting on additional information. So that's why that number has increased as well for incomplete applications. Now, there was an issue. We did have a mistake in our data. The burn permits issued actually decreased by 28 from the previous year. So we will be submitting a correction for that so that the record will show accurately. But burn permits in 2025, we changed the start of burn season. It's now a solid November 1, and burn season goes November 1 to May 1. And in previous years, it was anywhere from October to January is when burn season started. So getting an annual burn permits issued was always a little more challenging. Smoke management plans decreased last year as well. We did push some people to burn permits from smoke plans that didn't actually need smoke plans. And we actually are pushing people to obtain burn permits because they can get their permits online quickly. Get the permit when you actually know what you're going to do rather than buying permits for multiple lots and multiple properties without actually getting to the work later. So that way we don't have to track 0 burns and they don't have to pay for permits that they're not using. So. And then with the OpenGov system and better communications with the planning departments at the county and the cities, we've seen an increase in NESHAP notifications, a lot more building permits and things coming to us. Serpentine dust control plans have remained the same. There are only a few projects every year where people are working in serpentine. Complaints did increase in the 2025, and that's mostly from burning, dust, and odors. Now, these are non-cannabis odors. We don't deal with the cannabis odor. We refer those to community development as we do not regulate cannabis. And then, again, there are no violations of the air quality standards this year, and our design values did decrease, which is a good thing for us. So that's actually better for air quality. So emphasis for 2026, of course, will be staff training. We have new staff, and we are looking at coming back with the next budget cycle and increasing again, adding a few more staff so that we don't end up with staff shortages should we lose someone. And then we have to also complete our 2025 air toxics reports. We have to complete the replacement certification of our meteorological tower, which had damage this last year. We do have a lot of programming to do to make that system work and get it certified. We're looking to pursue funds for upgrading additional air monitoring equipment, which is becoming old again, and continue annual upgrades to the online burn permit system. With the implementation of the new fee rule, of course, we have to reprogram all of our permitting systems, our databases that now currently were being used with our old system, with our old fee schedule. They all have to be redone, and that is all done in-house by our current staff. And then we have a EPA state federal technical systems audit that is planned in a couple weeks that we have to prepare for and deal with. We'll have EPA and ARB on site for most of a week, evaluating everything that we do air monitoring wise. So that is going to take a significant amount of our time. So with that.
Thank you. Do we have start with Supervisor Owen?
Hi, okay. I know we had brought this up, or I'd brought it up actually during budgets. And at that time, we didn't really have an answer, as I remember. Was there an increase, or do we know what the increased cost is going to be with us taking over the management of the GAMP MOU?
That's still a question that we're working out, and it'll kind of depend on the MOU, how the MOU is written. So a lot of it we're going to manage it, but we are going to pass a lot of the work on to the contractor that is hired and paid through GAMP. So our administrative side, we're going to try and minimize that, and we'll just be the oversight body that.
Okay, but does the contractor still come out of our budget?
It comes out of our budget, but then it's paid by industry directly.
Okay.
So it'll be a separate budget unit, separate thing that'll be.
Okay, perfect. That's what I was wanting to see, how that was going to affect us, because we didn't have the answer to that in June or September. All right, next one was, I noticed there was like 300 or 631 fewer burn permits this year so far.
Yeah.
So do you know why that might be?
Yeah, there's a difference in That's calendar year. So calendar year versus fiscal year
So we
or
could
burn
still-
season. So when we're the 1,200 some burn permits is fiscal or the burn season, but because it's 2026 or
So we might
2025
still,
data, it's
that
yeah.
might still rise, okay.
Yeah.
And then, I know I had mentioned it before, and I can't remember exactly what the, answer was. Meter for, the odor of cannabis.
Oh. Yeah, because we don't regulate cannabis at this point, we don't have anything for that, and we haven't done the research to figure out what that is, so.
Okay, because I know I'd brought it up before.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or comments for board? Seeing none, we're going to close that one. Thank you.
Thank you.
For being here, and we're going to be in recess for 2 or 3 minutes. At this point, we're going to hear from our sheriff's office, and we have our undersheriff, Corey Pollich, filling in for Sheriff Bingham today. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, undersheriff.
Good morning, and thank you, and I apologize for squeezing in on everyone. I'm trying to juggle a few things in my schedule today, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries.
As the board knows, the sheriff's office is fairly large. We have about 140 employees, and most people are familiar with our uniformed personnel that are out there. They see every day in our patrol and corrections folks. We also have our coroner division, court security, OES and dispatch. We also have a number of civilian employees in our records and finance doing a lot of good work that we really wouldn't be able to operate without those folks doing that work. So I like to mention that. Next slide. Looking at our data points, accomplishments, I want to focus on first our reduction in vacancies. Staffing has been an issue for us for many years and always continues, and that's not just us, that's everywhere. But I think we've done a fairly good job making a dent in it. We're currently sitting at 2 vacancies in our patrol deputy ranks. I think last year around this time we were at 5. So I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a pretty lengthy process to hire a patrol deputy. We're not have the luxury of lateral hires, which are peace officers that have already been through an academy. We have to use our trainee program. So from the time someone applies for that program and gets through an academy and a training program, it takes over a year. So we feel pretty good about that. And those 2 vacancies, we expect to have those filled by July and have 2 people in the academy in July. We just won't see them as solo deputies until after this time next year. Our correctional deputies currently sitting at 3 vacancies. I know some of the numbers might be off here, but these are updated numbers from yesterday. 3 vacancies for our correctional deputies. We do have 2 folks in backgrounds, so they're looking promising. So maybe in the next month or 2, we'll be able to get 2 more on in that area. I did want to mention, and going back to our patrol deputies, one thing I wanted to note was we didn't lose any deputies to another agency. That used to be an ongoing problem for us. So we hope that trend continues. So retention-wise, we're doing pretty good in that area. Correctional deputies, we lost a few, not so much to other agencies, but people changed professions and figured it wasn't for them and moved on. But we're doing pretty good in keeping up in that area. Our central dispatch, another area that is fairly hard to find. Those people are just unique folks that can do that job, so it's hard to find the right people. But we have 2 vacancies, but we do have 1 starting in a couple weeks, so making slow progress, and hopefully we continue in that area. Another note for kind of an accomplishment at our correctional facility. People may have seen the large security fence that's around the facility now. It's not pretty, but has become necessary just 30 years ago when the jail was built. County jails were different. So now we house people that normally would have been in prison. So just for the security of the community and also those in our facility, to keep contraband from coming into our facility, it's helped improve that. So that was the reason for our fence, and we appreciate that. Next slide, I think. Copter program. So the community-oriented policing and targeting restoration program continues to be a success for us. We look at the stats: 140 arrests, and 214 cases, 155 nuisance-related cases, and 6 stolen vehicles recovered. And then working in collaboration with code enforcement, the abatement of 218 vehicles, which is important to keep our community looking nice. Next slide, guns seized, 15, and some drug totals there. This was mainly done by Detective Lyons. We unfortunately didn't have a sergeant in there for a significant part of the year. We did lose a sergeant to another agency, and then at the same time had an injury to another sergeant, and he's been out with a long-term injury. So hopefully that in the next few months, that sergeant will be back from the injury and we'll backfill that position. So a lot of work by one person, but I wouldn't say that this wouldn't be addressed if we didn't have the copter program, but not to this level, and so it's definitely a success for us and the community. Marijuana enforcement, 133,867 plants eradicated last year. That was an increase. And then 19,000, almost 800 pounds of processed marijuana that was seized, and 5 guns also were seized. A couple additional accomplishments I wanted to note that are on the slide were Goat Mountain repeater. I know it's been talked about, but it was finally in place and operational this summer. And so it's working and providing radio coverage for those areas we didn't have it before. Also, this last year, we created a drone program. We purchased 3 drones, and we have a drone unit. It consists of 5 deputies and a sergeant. They're all going through their certification process for that. We have a couple certified pilots. I wanted to note that shortly after we put those in operation, they were used in a couple search and rescue operations and located missing people fairly quickly, much more quickly than they would have otherwise. So definitely a benefit to have. Going on to our points of emphasis, at our jail, programs is a point of emphasis for us. After COVID came along, it kind of killed everything, and we had to shut everything down. And since 24, we've been slowly bringing things back and trying to find those resources to have those programs. One of the big ones is we want to establish a GED program for those in our custody, and we're working in collaboration with the Office of Education to make that happen. So hopefully that'll be coming sometime this year. A MAT program, Medicated Assistant Treatment Program, will also be coming sometime this year. We've had a limited MAT program where we continue, if someone comes into our facility on a program, we continue it. But later this year, it'll be offered to everyone who comes into our facility. So we look forward to seeing how that works and improves. Remodel of our Emergency Operations Center. So that should be starting any day. The contract was approved a couple weeks ago, so that'll take about 3 months. It's not going to expand our building, but it's going to expand the footprint of the EOC inside the building, so a lot more space. I don't know if any of you had the chance in a full activation. It gets kind of cramped in there when we get all of our personnel in there, so it's going to be a lot more room to operate and a little more comfortable, and earthquake safe is the big thing that's being done, along with some creature comforts. Our main office, new office renovation. I was out there last week. It's amazing how fast that's come together. It's major construction is complete. All the walls are painted. Now it's just minor things that they're finishing up, and we're expecting to move in that facility sometime in the late spring, early summer. And we plan on having an open house for the public when that happens, so that everybody can come and tour the whole facility and see how nice it is. It's something to be very proud of. Something we're bringing back also this next year is our Citizens Academy. We haven't had one of those since 2019. So that's something we want to get accomplished in this year after we move into our new facility. It's a great opportunity for the public to get an insight to what we do and how we do it. Lastly, we will have a swearing-in ceremony here in the board chambers February 20th for our hires from this last year, and recognize a couple promotions from last year. And that is all I have. Thank you, and I'll answer whatever questions I can.
We'll start with Supervisor Pyska.
Under Sheriff, I have been hearing from the public how much they appreciate the ramping up of controlling the illicit cannabis grows. And there were a lot of areas in District 5, and I've heard from friends of mine in District 1 that they are beyond delighted at the pace and scale of which your team is going after these illicit grows. And Sheriff Bingham told me earlier this year that we're at a point right now where we have fewer than we've ever experienced, or at least in the recent past. So I just wanted to give you a moment to kind of speak about that, because it is really noticeable, and the public and myself are really appreciative.
So, we have two people assigned to that unit, so that's obviously a lot of good work by a couple of our deputies. We use a lot of state resources to attack those illicit grows. And I would say that, it's probably noticeable. Unfortunately, over the years, those grows have moved from the national forest down into populated areas where it's a lot more noticeable to the people that have to live around it. And so obviously we're aware of that and are able to target those areas and eradicate those marijuana from those populated areas.
So great. Keep up the great work.
Anything further? Supervisor Owen?
Yeah. The Copter program. And I know that there has been some success with that as far as helping with the human trafficking. So I've been told about people that were basically found and such. So is there anything you guys need to bring that, to make it stronger, that program?
Well, obviously, more people is always the answer to a lot of those problems, but not really that I'm aware of, other than more staff that will help to throw at it. Any problem, you throw more staff at it, and they go out there and they fix it.
And kudos on almost reaching our fill on our numbers, because it's nice to move from the 5, and we'd been at 5 less than what we needed for a very long time.
We're seeing a lot more applications than we've seen in a lot of years.
That's
so
awesome.
The trend is looking better at people going into law enforcement, and so we've been having a lot of success in our hiring side.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from supervisors? Not seeing anything. Appreciate the work you're doing, and thank you for the presentation
I
today.
had one, Brad. Sorry.
What was it? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I just I wanted to see you do that. No, just wanted to highlight that in December we had a meeting. It was like a town hall in Nice. It went pretty well with the sheriff. He answered a lot of questions. It became basically a lot of questions from the public to the sheriff. I know code enforcement and Maria was there as well. But it was really helpful. I think probably be trying to schedule another one. I know that it really helps the public to just be able to have that dialogue. It went really well. And so I think with more of these and educating the public, it will help. I know that they're eager to push forward some neighborhood watches and things like that. So there may be a way to work together and kind of make them feel involved, give them the opportunity to have that sense of togetherness and whatnot. So they'll feel like they're carrying some of the load.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
We look forward to working with the public and addressing issues.
So I appreciate that, because I know that at the town halls it becomes almost like a congressional hearing session rather than anything else. So I think that town hall is a little more relaxed and intimate. So we'll do that from here forward. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, we're going to move on to our assessor recorder. It's going to take the board clerk a minute or two but go ahead and come up. But we've got to get back to that section in the slides.
Do you know what number that is? What page number that is?
Offhand, I don't, but it's going to be back.
At the bottom of this page.
Or 28 of your PDF.
Okay, thank you. Takes me a while to find them.
Okay, we ready, Carolyn? Go ahead, Mr. Ford.
Great. How's it going? So we'll just talk about the assessor recorder for a second. So the assessor, we'll just go a quick overview. Assessor is responsible for valuation of all properties within the jurisdiction of the county, right? And the recorder is responsible for recording all documents that can be recorded, basically. We do over 300 documents that are presented to be recorded, and basically we have to record them and house them if they come basically properly able to be recorded. So quick overview of that. Let's go to accomplishments. I'll just go kind of quick. So I happily can say, finally, after years and years of trying to get this done, 6 years in the making, e-recording is live. It's been live since summer. And we now every day record documents that come through electronically through a system that is set up through the state. There's two main avenues to get it done, and we record every day now. So that's fantastic. That took a long time to get done, and that's finally done. And so that's good for my staff and good for the public. Our next kind of goal with that, which you've heard, that basically helps industry in our county. We want to make sure we help the public by doing credit card, which is the third. And so I'll kind of jump around a little bit. The credit card, and we are working on that. We're doing some investigation. We've heard a little bit of something regarding the process that we're working on. We're a little bit deep into it at this point, and we've got some things we have to investigate and make sure it's smooth. So that's going to be delayed just a little bit until we can get some answers. And then our intention is by the time both of those processes are in place, the public will be able to pay for things electronically or basically by credit card or debit card, and e-recording, which helps industry, can do the same. So then all facets of our office on the recorder side will be basically able to do something besides just check and cash, which is currently what's going on. Further development of staff, as you guys know, we train in the morning, we train at night, and we send to throughout the state, depending on where the training is. We send our staff to a lot of training, plus we grab every training we can and run them in our offices. Anybody who's been up in our office, we have multiple places where we have big screens set up so we can run training. So you'll see my staff sometimes if you come up, 4 or 5 of them are sitting in the kitchen. We don't have a lot of big spaces in our area. Sitting in the kitchen, right in front of a big screen, going over some kind of Zoom or Microsoft Teams, training, getting some additional training. We're trying to beef up the training. We've been doing it for years. Most departments, we don't get people from the start trained. So we have to train every day and get them there so we can hold a standard. Our goal is consistency. So basically, if you come to any of my staff, our goal is that you get one answer for one staff, you come and see a different staff on a different day. Roughly, they'll have different styles and different ways to describe it, but definitely the same answer. That's what we're trying to get to. So that's where the training for their staff development comes. Any questions on that before I go to emphasis? No
questions? No.
Okay. So then, as we talked about, we're working on credit cards. We're kind of status of it. We're already at the vendor level. We're already debating when we're going to set our date for kind of implementing it. It sounds like it's in a couple months from now, might be multiple months because we have to coordinate with the treasurer. There are flip side of that, and they've got some processes they're trying to implement right now. So we're trying to make sure we're not kind of crowding the space between us and them. Second, of course, I put this together before our last meeting, the low value ordinance. We know where we're at with that. We've had the meeting, so that will just keep following up in that same process. Whether that goes forward or not, that's based on our next meetings, right? Use code cleanup. We attempted to try and do it last year, but with the retirement of my second in command, that kind of derailed that a little bit. So we try to not put too many things to make it chaotic. So we're hoping maybe this summer we will get to, after we close the roll, will be a good time to clean up the code. Just to give you guys a background, again, I've said this a couple times, is we currently have, it's kind of a mathematical calculation, but it comes out to about 15 to 1,600 variations of use codes. A lot of counties have about 30. And so what that basically does is every time you go into Megabyte, like any database system, it's asking questions of every data point. So the more data points we have out there, the slower the system is, the more data it wants to hold. It's not a really good setup. So we need to clean that up. We've wanted to do it for years. Our attempt is this summer to get that done. And then one that is not on there, of course, emphasis from what we just talked about. My second in command just retired last summer. We are doing succession planning. We've been doing it for years. That's why you've not heard too much of a variation, even though that second in command is retired. We have continued to kind of move on and get people prepared for those steps, and we'll continue, because my feeling has always been succession planning is 5 to 10 years out. So we started succession planning at least 10 years ago, kind of mentally earmarking who might have skills or who can be developed. And so we will continue that emphasis, and that's why, even though we had a big change, losing your second in command to retirement is a big change. But if everything goes well, it should not be a huge, drastic change overall to operations if everything goes well. So that's kind of our focus, and that's kind of what we've been working on the last couple of years. And for this year, that's where we're going to be focusing on. Any questions?
Board members, Supervisor Pyska.
Just a comment. A lot of people are really happy about the e-recording.
Good.
Good. So I know that was a really long haul, but it was worth it.
Yeah.
And business is operating much smoother now.
Yes.
So
yes.
Great job to you and your team for that.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Yes, it was long and bumpy.
Worth it.
Worth it in the end. And in the end, once we get credit cards, it'll definitely be worth it. Bring us into a lot smoother for everyone.
Thank you. Not seeing anything further. We appreciate your work. Thanks for being here today.
Thanks.
And with that, we'll go ahead and close the assessor recorder and move on to our auditor controller and county clerk. Genevieve Harrington will come up.
Good morning, Board. Genevieve Harrington, Auditor, Controller, County Clerk. I'll just roll right into our 2025 accomplishments for the office. So as many know, we selected and initiated the implementation of Workday, our new enterprise resource planning system, in hopes to modernize county financial operations. And just so you know, the comprehensive presentation is coming soon. So there will be a full presentation coming to the board where we'll go over the whole history of the project. Secondly, we achieved as close as you get to full staffing and continuing the training. Something to point out is we've had a full team for a little while now, and we're training on what we knew, and now that everything's changing, we get to train on what's coming. So it's a never-ending process. And then we also earned awards for our state financial transaction reports that are submitted to the State Controller's Office, and as well as the Certificate of Achievement for our ACFR that is given by GFOA. And so let me break a little bit of that down. So our ACFR is the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. I just want to add that includes fund financial statements, so a full financial reporting for each fund, as well as it's represented in a government-wide presentation. And then there's also budgetary prior year and current presentations in that report. And then the state financial transaction reports that are submitted to the state controller, it presents it in a different way. However, we do have to tie those figures to the ACFR, so that way everything is balanced. So, and I just want to invite anyone who has any questions about the reports, please contact me. I'm happy to talk about them. There's a lot going on in there, depending on what you're looking for. Any questions on that section? All right, so next I was asked for some data points and metrics, and I'm swimming in them all day, but we went ahead and focused on the clerk metrics. So the fictitious business name filings, marriage licenses issued, and marriage ceremonies. And we're a little less than last year, but we're pretty much on par. We have a new normal after COVID. Something I do want to point out is our marriage ceremonies are very limited. So we have Wednesday afternoons, 3 slots every week that we can offer marriage ceremonies. We do our best to get creative, so weather permitting, we'll go across the street where the museum is and try to find a nice backdrop if we can do that and get staff out there to perform the ceremony. But it is something to note that we're kind of limited on how many we can do, because sometimes we get booked out for weeks. Let's see, any questions on that?
Not seeing any.
Okay. Then I will jump to 2026 points of emphasis. So completing phase 1 of the implementation of Workday is the biggest goal. The go live is July 1st, and that should be the finance system and the base HR, mostly finance, payroll, and then basic HR functions. And then we'll be beginning phase 2 of the implementation, and there's going to be a few things going on, and as Pam mentioned, that we'll be aligning that phase 2 with the open enrollment cycle to get the benefits going, but that's on a different schedule. And grants will also be addressed in phase 2 as well. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you. Do we have anything from the board at this point? Not seeing anything? We will thank you for being here and presenting that information to us today.
Thank you for your time.
And next, I'm going to move on to our Behavioral Health Department, and we have our Director, Elise Jones, here.
Yeah.
Hey.
Good morning. Thank you, Board. Elise Jones, Director of Lake County Behavioral Health. Pleased to be back in front of you again for yet another issue update of our governance presentation. Next slide, please. So as you all are likely aware, California Behavioral Health has undergone massive changes in the past 2 years, notably expanding youth access to specialty mental health services, where youth really only need to have the presence of some trauma in order to qualify. And of course, we put them in the best system possible. But that has dramatically expanded access to specialty mental health services for kids. And we continue trying to penetrate into youth populations to make sure that all youth who need our services get access to them. We are working very hard on a very unglamorous, unfun project, which is data sharing forever. Some of you have probably heard of interoperability. Likely a lot of you have experienced interoperability personally if you've ever logged into a patient portal. That type of thing. I know that I was recently seen in the emergency room. They did some imaging in the emergency room. I was followed up later that week with my primary care provider, and to my delight, my images appeared in their EHR. That is not magic. That is hard work, and that's the kind of thing we're trying to move forward so we can better coordinate services across plans for all of our beneficiaries and make sure that people don't slip between the cracks. I would like to just say we finally figured out payment reform. It took a minute, but I think we're on the other side of that now, and more to come. Mobile crisis is probably the star of the show, I would say, for CalAIM, and it seems to be the sleeper hit of California. That is a really great benefit. I will have more to come about that. And of course, earlier on the agenda, it was noted that the current budget proposal for the state of California is proposing to reduce the state share of costs for those services. So presently, mobile crisis services are paid for entirely by the state and the federal government through Medicaid dollars, and there is no local share. So having to put up a local share would impact our totality of what we can afford to purchase for services. Okay, next slide, please. Opioid settlement funds. We have taken on and continue to be a steward of that, as we're not technically a lead administrative entity. We are working with Health Services and SafeRx, and we will be coming back here soon, I hope in the first quarter of this year, before the close of the first quarter, to review opioid settlement funds projects, planning, a pretty comprehensive update. However, we are pleased to see 4 projects moving forward, one of which is a mental health rehabilitation / ASAM level of care. ASAM is basically an addiction treatment facility certification. So this is essentially 16 beds for people who are struggling with pretty significant mental health and or substance use challenges that can support detox in that facility. Right? So nursing services, things of that nature. At this time, that project is moving pretty full steam ahead. The properties are purchased, the plans are drawn. I believe that we are waiting on permitting. which can take a while. So very excited to see that progress. We also see an incredible collaboration with Kanakatai Native Wellness. I really want to shout out Kyle and Alvina Bill, leadership over there. They are doing an incredible job. Just had a chance to personally review their first invoice packet for the opioid settlement funds, and very pleased with the caliber of work and the quality of engagement that they're doing with our vulnerable Native youth. Also, some awards, we are hoping to open up a youth intensive outpatient treatment. What does that mean? That's like you go to school for however long, if you are going to school, some youth are not, and then you go to you're going to a structured program that's going to keep you for the day and give you skills and support. So we're looking forward to hopefully seeing that launch within, I would say, the next 3 to 6 months. And that will be a DMC ODS benefit. So it will help us launch into being able to bill for those services.
Where is that going to be?
The IOP is on the first floor of the public defender building. What is that? I don't, it's off right by the park.
First Street?
Yeah, First Street. It's right, it's that gorgeous building. And so the contractor has, I believe, rented out the first floor, completed renovations, and working on all of the many permits and licenses and stuff for that. So that is moving forward. Recovery housing, a lesser project, but we do need all kinds of housing, obviously, and recovery housing does remain a gap in our community. So for people exiting a residential treatment program or a higher level of care, not everybody has a place to land, and so this is a place for people to land after that. Okay, in collaboration, of course, with our wonderful administration, and big shout out to Susan Parker, we finally closed, or opened rather, Palace in Place, 40 units, finished that. So we're very happy about that, and just continuing, of course, as is the plan, to provide on-site services. So we have, I believe at this point, 2 FTE that are, they're there during the work week to do what they do, because it's the permanent supportive portion of that. So we're doing our part. We increased actual services billed by 65%. And that speaks for itself. Okay, next slide. Okay, we continue. This is just maintaining mobile crisis. I want to talk, of course, about money, and we'll be coming back here soon to talk a lot more in depth about money. But a couple of years ago, we ultimately had to borrow $4 million, 3 of which was from the county general fund from a reserves account, one of which was graciously loaned to us by our Department of Social Services in 2025, or maybe it was 24. Time is, was it? Okay. We paid back social services. We've also paid back another $1 million to the general fund, and we have $2 million remaining, and repayment is in progress. And again, future update, hopefully well before the end of this quarter for the first calendar year, will be forthcoming on finances. We're trying to, of course, decrease. We have a backlog of payments. I previously stated we're about 4 months behind. So we're trying to catch that up, prioritizing Medicaid billable services. We are moving forward with our, we were awarded a $7.7 million grant to renovate, revitalize, and expand pretty significantly our Clear Lake Clinic, our South Shore Clinic. I do have an update, and that is we are at a permit approval place with the city of Clear Lake, and Mr. Director Ewing is on top of it. So we're hoping, I think you said June or July. Summer. He's like, don't put, yeah, so we're hoping summer. We're already planning for depopulation. That's a challenge, so bear with us. I don't know if anybody has seen the movie The Money Pit. It's one of my favorite, but they always say 2 weeks. So hopefully that's not the type of situation we find ourselves in, but very much looking forward to a clean, refreshed place that unfortunately we've already grown out of by the time we move back into it. How wild is that? That's how it goes. But we're expanding, which is great. So treatment capacity investment, talked about that, the 16-bed campus, talked about opioid settlement funds. So all of those things we continue to manage. Next slide, please. Okay. Big, small detail, Prop 1 was passed. We're shifting to the Behavioral Health Services Act. Likely, some or not all of you have participated in planning meetings for the BHSA, probably historically the MHSA. We really pride ourselves on engaging our community and solutioning together. We have done a lot of advocacy, myself included, in Sacramento and with my Directors Association, to protect small county flexibility and to continue to say, hey, please don't treat us like LA. We have thus far been effective in the state has said, hey, you can get some exemptions for these difficult evidence-based programs to lift. You don't have to meet this full fidelity, really hard requirement to be in compliance. And so that was a huge win for us. Now, that said, of course, we would love to implement to the highest fidelity, but it's challenging with our workforce constraints. So that was welcome. We have shortened our A&R, so our aging accounts receivable. And that's been a big deal to us, is to try to bill up the claims to the state as fast as we can, get them back and paid down, and keep the churn flowing as quickly as possible. Our goal, which we actually met for the first time this month, was to send up money to our intergovernmental transfer account for our local share of cost to purchase services without having to be asked. Normally, the state will send you a nasty gram and say, hey, we cannot pay you unless you put up more funds to pay for these services and match them. And so for the first time, we did not have to wait for that. We were able to anticipate exactly, what we could afford to put up based on the services. And so that, to me, marked a real tipping point, and also is in line with our previous fiscal planning that identified this moment as a time when we should see that balance tip. So that is a very hopeful sign. Maintaining, again, that IGT balance. So we are just flush, and it's a constant churn of claims, and there's no lag. Paying provider invoices promptly. Historically, we've had an excellent track record of paying on time promptly, to the extent that it burned through all of our reserves when we were absent any payments for about a year and a half. So we are going to get back to that place. And again, thank you. A more in-depth, no, you were perfect. No. CalAIM, housing supports. This is kind of major, and this is something that we're working on. We are, as the behavioral health plan, we are going to opt into providing the transitional housing benefit. What is that? For eligible individuals in our system, you may be able to receive things like a deposit for your place, rent assistance for up to 6 months. And so we're coordinating with that. In fact, the contract between our department and Partnership Health Plan for those services is being routed for approval as we speak. So that should be coming to fruition here in the next couple of months. Happy to provide that expanded suite of Medi-Cal covered services to our beneficiaries. All right, next slide. So, of course, we are a heavily regulated entity. We are regulated by state and federal laws in terms of the services that we are required to provide. Included in that, they also monitor the timeliness of those services, rightfully so, right? So they want to see that routine requests for appointments are fulfilled within 10 days, urgent requests within 48 hours, and of course, maintaining our 24/7 crisis benefit. More or less, we meet our access and timeliness requirements pretty much consistently year after year. Of course, I've talked pretty extensively about our fiscal data points that we're going to be tracking moving forward. Another one that I brought to this board before and also to the community is Senate Bill 43. It went live on January 1st. Your board may recall that Lake, along with 56, I believe, at least 55 other counties deferred implementation of this. What is Senate Bill 43? It expands people who fall under the definition of conservatorship for mental health, for Lanterman Petrus Short Act conservatorship, to people who are experiencing inability to care for themselves because of a substance use disorder. And so you can probably think or have a mental image in your mind of people in our community that would benefit from that. And so Senate Bill 43 was delivered, and we are here. We're working with Department of Social Services, notably, because this is likely a pretty, it's an increase, I don't know to the extent how big, of their work, because the public guardian holds these individuals. So we're trying to work towards a decrease in the amount of hours that we board people in emergency rooms. But that is difficult because this essentially expands the amount of people who could qualify to be boarded, because we, as you may also recall, often wait for beds. And beds for this population are very hard to come by because it's so new. That said, we are doing road shows. We are doing facilities, trying to find beds, and we'll make it work. So I would say we're coming together to make that happen. Okay, next slide. Okay, what else are we going to continue to look at? Housing supports, again, that transitional rent benefit. So we will be looking at the number of deposits that people have received, the number of short-term rent payments people have received, and those are all monitored in collaboration with Partnership Health Plan. We are also continuing to focus on our relationship with the Lake County Office of Education, and coordinating and collaborating with all of our school districts, which are site certified for specialty mental health. And so also looking at how do we support families with these benefits. That's a focus always. Next slide, I believe. Okay, workforce. We have federal requirements pertaining to our workforce. We must have a certain number of FTE for all different types of professionals, otherwise we receive a corrective action plan. So we maintain that. We maintain the required number of, for example, psychiatrists, social workers, things of that nature. We are going out to bid actually for all of our psychiatry services. That request for proposals should be issued later this month, as well as many other services. And that will be in line with our workforce demands. So in the next 90 days, we're really hoping to finalize the Senate Bill 43 protocols, cross-training, collaboration with the local hospitals, public guardian, and other agencies as needed and required. We have our IGT calendar of when we need to make uploads, and we work through any denials of claims. Our claims error rate remains under 1%, which is still the best in the state. We are also working in collaboration with statewide efforts to stand up outcomes dashboards that are in line with the requirements from the state of California, which is clearly identified outcomes it would like to see behavioral health plans work towards. Next slide. Oh, that was me. Any questions?
Any questions from board members? Not seeing any at this point. We thank you for being here and presenting all that information.
Thank you. Thank you, Elise.
And next, we're going to move on to our Child Support Services Department. We have our Director, Tammy Widener, here.
Morning.
Morning.
Thank you for having me. Tammy Widener, Child Support Services. I'm going to start off with our 2025 accomplishments. We transitioned to the California Department of Child Support Services, managing our connection to the state child support system. We replaced our legacy workstations with modern hardware and updated software, significantly improving system performance, security and user productivity. We completed our DCS Information Security Office Safeguards Review, ensuring full compliance with state-mandated data protection and security protocols, and we increased our payments dispersed to families from $4,863,634 to $5,043,957. Our data matrix for this 2025, our caseload remained the same from last year. Our total number of unduplicated participants increased to 8,588. Our total number of children requiring establishment of parentage is 102. Total number of children being actively serviced, aided, and non-aided is 2,775. We participated in 6 outreach public events. We added a new matrix this year for 2025 at the request of Supervisor Sabatier. Total arrears not paid, $35,418,714, which affected 2,193 children.
Can we pause right there?
Yes.
That is a stab in the heart.
It is.
So that's $16,000 per children, approximately a little bit more. That's huge.
Very
And
huge.
what can we do about that is not being done currently? Because the level of, I guess, the atmosphere, the surrounding, the place in which these children are growing up in, that's a huge difference in their life. And what can we do to help you to not have this large of a number that just seems absurd?
I will tell you that that number is large all over the state of California. And it was very interesting when I asked for this number from the state that they were quite surprised at that statistic themselves. As far as that number, I know our staff and my deputy director, we're working on trying to get our collections up. There's not a whole lot more we can do. We're fairly fully staffed, and a lot of our enforcement actions are automated. So they come through, we have income withholding orders that are automated, we have bank levies automated. And I do know that the state is taking away some of our enforcement actions, the ability of taking driver's license and those sorts of things. So they're really working on forgiving a lot of the arrears also for people that can't pay for it, to pay. So that's the uncollectible debt.
Well, I feel horrible for asking for this information because it hurts.
It does. It's very hurtful. But the positive side of it is that our collections, as far as disbursements out to the families, are up. But the arrears are old.
And without asking for anytime soon, it would be great to break that down on a year to year. Are we doing better in the collection? Is this for the last 20 years, the last 5 years, the last 3 years, as far as the arrears? Just to better understand if this is a lot of old stuff that probably would be really difficult to deal with, or if we're still dealing with the same level of amount that just goes unpaid, that these children are not getting the support that they should.
I can definitely work on that for you.
Yeah, and maybe for next year, or maybe during budget, but just no rush on that. But this hurts, and I'd love to see what is possible, because our children could use an extra $16,000 a year in their life.
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska.
And so you mentioned that it's common throughout the state, but where are we if it were ranked county by county? Is this proportionately higher?
We are very low on our statistics as far as where our collections are at. Tracy, do you remember where we're at? We're at number 47. 47. Very low. It's not good.
Okay. Anything further?
I'd love to have further discussions about that, just to better understand what our restrictions are and what our options are. Because if we're not doing everything, and I'm not saying you're not doing everything, but if we as a board is not doing everything to help those children who are really going to be impacted by the level of income that is happening, and it's not income, but you know what I mean, the money that is within their lives to provide the things that they need, then we are perpetuating what is currently the status quo, and that is just unacceptable to me, and something that I just want to continue to have a conversation about. So I appreciate the information. I am completely distraught by this level of information.
Okay, I'm sorry for that.
Okay.
Okay. For the 2026 points of emphasis, we're going to increase number of open cases. Well, we want to increase number of open cases and collections on current support and arrears. Implement new child support legislation that fundamentally restructures the way child support is pled and established. This includes adapting internal procedures to align with the new state mandated guidelines that emphasize income-based calculations, low-income adjustments, and evidence-based determinations, ensuring compliance, fairness, and improved service delivery to our customers. That was a huge legislation change that we had that implemented January 1st of 26. We do continue to work on staff development and succession planning and training by utilizing multiple free online training platforms, training materials provided by the State Department of Child Support Services. And the data matrix, we're going to stay the same for 26 unless the board wants to add some additional information. No.
Anything further from the board? Not seeing any at this point. Thank you for the presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I'm going to move on to our Community Development Department and call up our Director, Maria Turner.
Good morning. Maria Turner, Community Development Director. The vision of the Community Development Department is the provision of excellent public service through 3 priorities: staff recruitment and retention, staff professional development, which is ongoing, and pursuing fiscal sustainability for the Planning and Code Enforcement Division. Our department has realized a number of significant accomplishments during this past year, which have improved our service provision as well as have positive impacts in our communities. And I'm excited to highlight just a few of those. We went live with the OpenGov permitting software in March of 2025. This replaced Acela, which we had for a number of years tried to get to work, but it remained clunky, unreliable, and extremely expensive. We're very excited at the progress that we have made through OpenGov, particularly an electronic permitting portal, which makes it easier for the public so they don't have to drive up to an hour and a half to get to our office. They can get their business done remotely. It also is greatly improved in our in the reporting capabilities. In the building division, we worked with the community residents to achieve compliance on FEMA minus rated properties. This is a much bigger lift than it just looks like in writing. FEMA sent us a number of properties dating back to the 70s that we needed to work with the owners as well as with FEMA to resolve what they saw as problems that would impact the NFIP, or the National Flood Insurance Program. We accomplished that. We completed year 2 of Lake County 2050 general plan update, as well as all the local area plan updates. We also threw in a climate adaptation plan for fun and we accomplished year 2. As the board knows, the climate adaptation plan has been approved by this board as well as both cities, because we kept that as a regional plan so that it benefits our other jurisdictions, not just the county. Gwinnett Valley mixed-use development was approved. Annual compliance monitoring, site visits of 110 permittee locations. And we were happy to partner with the administrative office for the Housing Action and Implementation Plan, and we continue to stand ready to support ongoing implementation of that plan. Next slide, please. Code division. Through a Cal Recycle grant, we collected over 1 million pounds of trash in the Nice, Lucerne, and Clear Lake Oaks areas, and wanted to extend thanks to Supervisors Sabatier and Crandall for visiting and pitching in. This was a remarkable series of community events where our team was out helping to collect this trash. A number of the residents were able to bring their garbage locally. It really impacted our North Shore neighborhoods. Additionally, we received a community development block grant, which will go to support our substandard housing programs, as well as it's going to bolster our hazardous vegetation assessments and enforcement. And then our illegal cannabis enforcement team did identify 71 illegal cannabis sites, eradicating over 8,000 cannabis plants. And I wanted to extend our ongoing appreciation for the collaboration and the support of the Sheriff's Office in those efforts. Thank you. Next slide. For the building division, as well as the other divisions, we are preparing a more robust presentation regarding the historic as well as daily operations fiscally related of the Community Development Department, which will also help to explain the year-by-year ups, increases, and decreases that we see in our building permits as far as what we receive from year to year. You'll see the asterisk next to permits issued by category. This is due to OpenGov. We now have a much better ability to illustrate to the board and to the public about the year-to-year changes of types of permits as well. And this is going to be a metric ongoing so that the board is more familiar with the year-to-year changes in the building permits we've received. Additionally, I already said that. Next slide, please. 2025 data points and metrics. Planning Division, again, a more robust presentation on February 10th of our year-to-year changes in permits received or applications received. We are noticing a slight decrease in planning. A new metric that we have added is approved projects that are conventional versus cannabis. These are projects that have gone before the Planning Commission and received decisions. You'll note in Code Division, increase in everything that we report. The case is opened, the case is closed, citations, as well as a relatively new metric that we're reporting is the total amount from the citations that have been cited, anyway, not necessarily collected. And again, that more detail will come to you as your presentation on February 10th. Cases opened by category. I wanted to, let's see, one thing I forgot to point out on a previous slide was an accomplishment of the code enforcement, which was our year of COPTER, the Community-Oriented Policing and Targeted Restoration Program. One metric not pointed out that I thought was definitely worth noting was from the COPTER program. So that is just in the communities of Nice and Lucerne. There were 218 abandoned vehicles towed just from those two communities. That's a significant positive impact. If we could, let's see. Nope, you're right. Stay right there. Another thing I'd like to point out is we are looking to AI to improve our internal efficiencies with both code enforcement and planning. We're looking for opportunities to aid in report writings that will save staff a considerable amount of time, as well as possibly becoming an aid for the staff that we may bring on in the future where writing may not be their skills, may not be one of their strengths. Additionally, we are looking at continued low turnover of our staff, low vacancy, ongoing trainings in planning on CEQA, law changes, and other items. I wanted to point out that supporting these accomplishments and making these differences in our community is attributable. Now, we can attribute it to our ongoing professional development. Our building staff is increasing in certifications, and I'll point out a new one that we're going to add to the requirements of our staff for the ever-increasing legal requirements that are applied to our department. That's in the next slide. But OpenGov and improved technology, as well as exploring uses of AI, are ways that we are continuing to improve the internal service provision and staff efficiencies that then in turn affects our provision to the public of public service. Next slide, please. Things we're looking forward to in 2026. Revising the division budgets for overall increased fiscal health. Again, I will refer to or just highlight that we have a pretty detailed and thorough presentation coming on February 10th. We've been working in lockstep with the administrative office and have a lot of robust slides to show you at that time. Building a defensible space program. This is the increase requirements on our department regarding making sure people are following defensible space requirements. We also see Zone 0 coming. It might not be this year, it might be next year, but we're looking at that for implementation. And because of that, our building inspectors are going to start taking fire inspection certifications too. That's someplace where we have fallen short historically in our department. We only have so far our chief building official is able to do those inspections, and we're going to spread that out, cross-train our staff so that we'll be able to accomplish more of those. We look forward to the year 3. This is now year 3, or the final year of the Lake County 2050 General and Local Area Plan updates. Adoption of Article 73, so that is our comprehensive update on cannabis regulations. Complete our housing annual performance report by April as required by the state, and we're going to begin the 7th cycle of our housing element preparation. The housing element is due, I think, summer of 2027, but it takes a solid 18 months to get done, and I am thankful that we have secured some funding to help support that housing element process. And then also implement our body-worn camera program in code enforcement. That policy has been in County Council for finalization and final details. These are the 2026 metrics that may change just because our ability in what we report to you has improved with OpenGov, but I'm open to any suggestions the board may have right now. And that concludes my presentation. I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from board members at this point? Not seeing any. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
And we're going to move on to our county council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you for this opportunity. And I want to introduce one of our deputies in our office, is Deputy County Counsel Jackson Berriman.
Yeah, correct.
He's here to assist us in case your board has any specific questions in the presentation we're about to provide, including the metrics. To begin, as you know, our office generally provides legal representation and assistance to the County of Lake, County Board of Supervisors, and county departments. That's actually identified in our 2026 points of emphasis that I'll get to. But next slide, please. I will jump right into the 2025 accomplishments of our office. As you probably know, our office is not able to provide any specific confidential identifying details on matters that involve litigation or pending litigation. So that's most of our office's work and projects. But here we can provide a general description of our office's accomplishments, and you see that there. 956 documents reviewed for county departments. That includes contracts, resolutions, memoranda, ordinance drafts. Goes to our office for approval as to form. Our office has handled, for 2025, our office has handled 106 ongoing juvenile dependency cases. Shout out to Nikki, Pamela Sandberg. She's our deputy who primarily handles juvenile dependency. Our office has handled also 150 probate and conservatorship cases in 2025. Shout out to Jackson, our deputy. He's also handling those probate and conservatorship cases. And we've handled, for 2025, our office specifically has handled approximately 140 Public Records Act requests. Then that's just our office. I'll get into more detail on information related to those requests beyond our office and the data related to that. So next slide, please. And that's what we'll get into at some point. So with the 2025 data points and metrics, you see the symbols there. Most of it has increased, but I will, for for your board's information and reference, I'll also cite to what was previously provided in 2024 that would give the indicator of why some of those categories are up, and I think one of them is down, at least one of them is down. So for the first category, as far as documents reviewed, that was up from 2024, from 811 to 956. Active juvenile dependency cases went up from 74 to 106. Active probate and conservatorship cases also went up from 129 in 2024 to 150 in 2025. The next category, where you see a down figure there, a decrease, is actually that we, since the time we submitted this information to the administration office, we looked into it further, had additional discussions with the county's third-party liability representative, or third-party administrator rather, Carl Warren, and that had to be. So there's a correction to that. It's not actually down. It's actually up from 44 in 2024 as far as third-party liability claims to actually not 27. It's 56, approximately 56 for third-party liability claims. Now, as for the number of litigation and complaints summons reviewed by our office, it also went up from 10 to 20. Number of workers' compensation claims reviewed, that's another correction that needs to be made there upon further review with the county's workers' compensation claims representative. It's actually the same number. So from 2024, it was 49. 2025, it's also 49 as far as the compensation claims that our office primarily reviewed. Then we get into the both the number of Public Records Act requests and the number of hours spent on Public Records Act requests. We've done as much as we could as far as collecting this type of data, and we've collected much more data information than what we've collected back in 2023 and 2024. So that is the main caveat here. So for the category of the number, just the quantity of Public Records Act requests that was reviewed by the county, not just our office, back in 2024, what we reported was 248 and that is based 248 Public Records Act requests, but that is fairly limited and narrow in scope because that's mainly based on the requests that were submitted through the county's Laserfish system. It is interdepartmental. It goes through, once a Public Records Act request goes into and gets submitted through Laserfish, depending on where the records are located, it does get assigned to those departments. So in that sense, it's not just one department handling it. However, we've come across information that there are some departments out there that where requests don't go through the Laserfish system, but they get sent directly to the departments. And a lot of those requests are handled by that specific department. And since 2024, we've done our best, our office has done our best to scour, created a survey of sorts, contacted other departments for the number of requests that they've received for 2025. And that's the figure that you see there. There are at least 1,244 across all county departments beyond Laserfish. From 248 to 1,244, it may seem to be a large gap, but because of those caveats, it may be the case that it may be just a slight increase, or the numbers may be generally the same from 2024 and 2025, which would be approximately, at least 1,244 as far as the requests. And these are requests coming from there's a large, just for the board's general information, Sheriff's Office handles a voluminous amount of records requests on their own, and so we've gathered data from them. We've gathered data separately from CDD, and this is independent from what was submitted in Laserfish. So that's why you have this increased amount. As for the number of hours, back in 2024, the only data that we presented to the board and that we were able to research was from our office only, and we looked at executive time hours, even from other departments, and what we found is that there's not a lot, it doesn't get reported necessarily in executive time under the specific tab of Public Records Act requests, although undoubtedly work is being done on that Public Records Act. So that's where you see back in 2024, when it was presented to your board, it was 201 hours from our office only, because that is something our office can verify. Since that time, for purposes of 2025, again, we've scoured, we've reached out to other departments to see what data they have, along with Laserfish, with administration, other departments who typically receive these requests, these records requests on a regular basis. And what we've come to conclude or infer at this point, is that there's at least 1,800 hours across all county departments, including the county counsel's office, being spent for 2025 in handling, responding to, producing documents under the Public Records Act. And that's at least. We've received estimates as much as 2,200 at that point. So these are estimates. And I guess I'll just move on to the next slide before I open it up to any questions. 2026 points of emphasis. I mentioned that, as part of our role in the county counsel's office, we continue to provide legal representation and assistance to the county board of supervisors and county departments. And as always, we will our office prioritizes retaining deputies and staff to promote the efficient workflow in our office. So if the board has any questions, please, I'm open to any questions that your board may have.
Not seeing any at this point.
Okay. And before I could move on to the next slide. Those data metrics generally refer to the same metrics that I just presented to your board. As you can see there, documents reviewed, juvenile dependency, probate conservatorship cases, third party, the claims, both on the workers' comp side and the third party liability. And then you have the Public Records Act. We're open to any additional metric points that your board may have. And I do want to take this opportunity to thank my staff, county council staff, of course, your board, and all other county departments for the support and collaboration throughout, even before and to the present. We just want to give that take time to say thanks to that, because we're very grateful. Our office would not function as effectively and as efficiently as it would without the collaboration of the other county departments, of course, your board.
Thank you, County Council. Do we have any comments or questions from the board? Not seeing any. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, we're going to move on to our district attorney, Susan Cronus.
Okay, good morning. I guess it's still morning. Okay, well, let's get on with the slides. So accomplishments, obviously we've had some very serious cases prosecuted last year. And I think we've been pretty successful in prosecuting those cases. We have implemented procedures to comply with the race-blind charging. We've been doing that since the beginning of 2025, and we have a program in place right now that we're going to be using until March or April, because our new case management system already has a race-blind charging component. That will make it easier to do and save paper, so save trees. Because right now we're printing them out, we have to redact them. The program on our new case management system will do that for us, but we will continue to comply with that. We started, as I said, we're starting the process to transfer to the new case management system. We have a training in March 23rd through the 27th, where everybody's going to get trained, initial training on a new system. And so it's going to be intensive training. It'll be a learning curve for a lot of people, including me. But I think overall, it's going to be a great asset to our office and able to be able to analyze data, case data more efficiently than now. And we also have provided over 1,000 victims and family members with that have been impacted by the criminal justice system. Our victim witness office does lots of output to the community, provides presents during Christmas time, holiday time, and just as, of course, we have our interviews center where we've done a lot of interviews in 2025. And that goes on to successful prosecutions or pleas in those cases. Sometimes these cases take a long time from the interview to going to court, but we've been very successful in getting resolutions for these children that were abused. Okay, next slide. This is, let me just say that this at the time, I believe, was data from 2024, so I do have new data on that filed. Felonies is 884. Oh, no, that's the new data. Okay. And misdemeanors, I think that is all up to date. Okay, next slide. The points of emphasis, obviously, is the transfer of our new case management system is very important. It's going to be, we have to transfer it over on, everything has to be transferred one day, and then we all have to be trained on it. We're going to keep our old system so we can work out the kinks, and we will have that older system to refer back to. I'm going to be recruiting more effort to recruit because we have a new attorney, which we're really pleased with, a new felony attorney, but however, we're losing a misdemeanor attorney at the end of this week. So we're going to increase our recruitment efforts and just hopefully get new attorneys and other staff, because we are going to be losing some key staff in the future in 2026 and 2027. Unless we can bribe them to stay. I don't think so. Okay, next slide. Convince them to stay. We wouldn't bribe them. So the data points basically are, those are the data points that we intend to try to determine. It may be more difficult in regards to the number of certain cases until we can get familiar with our new data, our database, and our new program from for the case management system, which would keep those statistics. So we will try to basically the last. Obviously, the last 3 points there is in regards to our victim witness office, and they are very good at keeping track of the number of individuals served, as well as the interviews and outreach that they do every year. Okay, is there another slide? No. Okay, any questions?
Any questions from board members? Not seeing any at this point. We thank you for being here and presenting.
Thank you so much.
And we're going to get one more of these before lunch. That's going to be health services. And that'll be the last one before lunch. You can come up, Mr. Arden.
Good morning. All right, my favorite day of the year, where I get to come in and brag to you guys about all the excellent work we do over here at Health Services. Next slide. Okay, thanks. All right, so some of our accomplishments. I know the board's always very interested to know where our vacancy rate is, 22% down to 18%. Supervisor Sabatier, I'm 3% away from the goal that I promised you as my annual eval last year. So, and sounds like we're pretty well in line with where the county's at. So I saw it during HR's presentation. Staff development included this year management and leadership training series that Lisa Fracco and I have started. Prior year, you guys know that we started the 3 annual training days where we closed down and focus on safety, regulatory compliance, and health equity. So that continues to be ongoing. This year, we implemented the tobacco retail licensing from January to July. We focused on education with all the retailers in the county, and then we began enforcement measures starting in September this year. And there'll be some data coming along with that later on in the slides. The SafeRx program expanded their newspaper and vending machines for Narcan distribution. Our finance team, Lisa Fracco and Tues Galato, have just done a phenomenal job in enhancing our fiscal practices. We've started the Time Study Buddy, which I believe social services use, and then we have a ticketing and, system for our IT and maintenance issues with it as well, and that's saving us some time and money on prioritizing things. We've expanded staffing. New public health services have started in our clinic. We started tuberculosis skin testing. That was a big need in the community, and we're seeing some good numbers there, and that's keeping us pretty busy when our clinic's open. We are having a very slow, gradual launch of our new EHRs, both in public health and the environmental health. That has been quite the chore. Those systems just are not, there's just not a whole lot of tailored systems for electronic health records for environmental health and public health, so it is a chore getting through all the bugs. And then we created the new following reports, the activity report, which is our monthly data collection and tracking system, which also then feeds into our annual report, which I believe you guys all got in May this year. And then Deputy Director Fracco and her team have started monthly budget reports as well. And that just started in November. So still a little kinks to work out with that, but overall doing really well. So and that's helping, again, shore up our fiscal practices. We also created a new pandemic response plan. Dean and Christine were very helpful with that. We've updated our Mohawk manual with all of our partners. We are now a Blue Zones approved workplace. We had 2 jail medical inspections this year, along with corrective action plans for WellPath and the jail. So I really feel like we've improved our collaboration and oversight with WellPath as our partners. And as you guys are aware, we have had, very proud to say that we have 3 Beacon of Hope Award winners, Saul, Liberty, and Tricia. So I was very, very proud of that when that was announced in early October. Veteran Services was able to provide this data, so I'm just reading this on behalf of Saul. He had about 3,004 unduplicated clients, so staying really busy over there, and approximately $5 million in claims to veterans and their children and spouses. Unfortunately, this was about all the data he was able to provide. I think he was extremely busy with something else that was going on, so he did send on his apologies for not having more thorough data. Samantha sent on for first 5, continued to strengthen cross-sector systems, working across collaboratives, advisory boards, work groups, provided 17 webinars to over 36 agencies on these various programs, provided funding for a car seat program, which served 192 children, ages 0 to 5, and instrumental in reviving and maintaining momentum for the Breastfeeding Coalition. Let's see, what is this? I think these are the, environmental health numbers. So number of new wells permitted, 58 with 5 pending. This was as of early December. Active food permits, 311, so pretty much all the restaurants in the county. Number of food inspections done throughout the year, 402. Total inspections across all programs, 978. 4 or 1% of the food inspections resulted in facility closures. Either no hot water, pest infestation, or sewage backup. Total complaints received that our team looked into was about 145. And then here's our tobacco retail numbers. 68 permits issued, 2 remain in non-compliant, again, as of early December. I think those are still outstanding. And then 43 inspections completed so far. And that is all the unincorporated area. You guys should be seeing MOUs come across your desks, hopefully within the next month or so, from City of Clear Lake and City of Lakeport, so we can do the retail inspections there. So, more data. Clinic data. So immunizations total 779. And then unique clients served for our vaccines, 574. These continue to trend down primarily because as we get farther and farther away from COVID and the pandemic, there's less and less need for the COVID vaccines, which was really driving some of the vaccine numbers up from our health department in prior years. Investigations for bacterial sexually transmitted infections is at 352. Viral STIs is at 47, and then other pathogens at 37. The outlier communicable diseases you guys have asked about in the past is West Nile virus. That remains at 0. I think we had 6 in 2023, if I remember correctly. HIV is up slightly to 10. I think we were at 6 or 9 last year. And then tuberculosis new cases 0. But we've had to do a lot of work with some ongoing tuberculosis cases that started in 2024, and that kept us quite busy. That case management for that is a lot. It's a very complex disease. Here's the EMCC IFT data submitted by the hospitals, 787 interfacility transfers. 4 of them were priority 1s, as in high need, and then 695 were seeking higher level of care, and here's all the breakdown on the numbers on that. I don't think you guys want me to read everything, and I probably can't pronounce half those anyways. Let's see, points of emphasis. I'm having a hard time reading that top line. Something previous service led community and fiscal. Continue with staffing levels the best that we can. Obviously, we're entering in a really unique time where there's just not a whole lot of money, and there's more regulations coming our way. And so we're really just going to try to keep our staffing up. So it's hard to keep your staffing up if there's no budget or budget money coming in for it. We are in the process, probably about a third of the way through, of implementing a new strategic plan. We're in the process with the management team on creating that right now. So doing a SWOT analysis and just figuring out how do we want to position ourselves for the next 4 to 5 years. Improve revenue collection and fiscal management throughout the department. As you guys know, I really want to continue to ramp up services that we provide. I want to be able to bill for some of those services because if we are continuing to see where grants and contracts are coming down, we've got to figure out a way to keep our staff and be able to provide services. So, and to me, my philosophy is if you have licensed medical professionals in your building, it's a waste to not be able to charge for some of those. Yes, it's a good service, but if we want to continue that staffing up and be able to provide, you've got to be able to have some revenue coming in to support that. Lisa and I are we're going to work on a management manual and leadership development, an actual like handbook, so to speak, for incoming managers. Continue to work on communication up and down the organization. That continues to be a little bit of a flaw that we have, but we're continuing to try to make progress on that. Lisa and her team are also working on continuing to standardize policies and procedures. We've made a lot of improvement in our clinic. Our clinic is almost in compliance with everything, whereas when I started, there was numerous things out of compliance. Environmental health that's going to be an emphasis for the environmental health team this year, as well as the fiscal side. And Lisa's done a really good job getting the fiscal policies up to date. The new community health assessment and improvement plan is a new state regulatory change where health departments are expected to lead this process as opposed to the hospitals. So we'll be implementing that. You guys have probably heard about this several times already today. The CalAIM, this is primarily in the jail. So we have a committee formed since July of last year to implement CalAIM and primarily the MAT, the Medicated Assisted Treatment Program that Under Sheriff Wells spoke about earlier. So we're in collaboration there. Coordinate with behavioral health on the BHSA, that interoperability that Director Jones was talking about, we're involved with that with her team. And then work through issues regarding wellness on wheels. The WOW truck has had numerous repair issues. If you guys have been by our office, it's been kind of MIA for a couple months. So just electronic, it's one of those custom made, custom built things. And unfortunately, not everything was connected properly, so to speak. So we're hopefully we'll have that back within the next month and be able to get that back up and going. Other than that, one other little thing that has come up within the last 6 weeks or so that I do want to have an emphasis on is illegal food vendors. If you guys are around town, you guys see those canopies getting set up. It's becoming more and more around the county, and so we're looking at potentially also starting a task force with City of Clear Lake, City of Lakeport, potentially community development, to try to find creative ways to kind of put a stop to that, because that's not fair to our permitted food vendors in our county. So once we get through this emergency, that'll turn back to one of our focuses as well moving forward. I think that was the last bit. Okay.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from board members or comments at this point? Not seeing any, so thank you for the presentation.
Board,
And
always a pleasure. Thank you.
thank you. And we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break, and we will come back at 1:10 p.m. where we'll start with animal control. I'm going to call our meeting back to order at 1:12, and we're going to start with our interim animal control director and chief or deputy. I get your title mixed up, but Stephen Carter.
Good afternoon, board. Interim animal control director and assistant county administrative officer. So I'll start off with the accomplishments for 2025. We did renovate the livestock area for when a disaster hits. At the bottom of our property, the things were dilapidated. Got that fixed by NCO, and it's all looking good down there. And then also, we did get a UC Davis grant. We did spend it all. About 500 spay and neuters were done. We did attempt to get a new grant for this coming up year, but we were actually declined. So we're working on a different funding source. And as staffing goes, currently we're at 21% vacancy if you consider our full-time and part-time FTEs, which is only 3 vacancies because we only have 14 actual positions. This information isn't exactly up there. But as of the end of February, we will be at a 7% vacancy because the animal control director, as you guys are aware, is about to start, and also our animal control officer vacancy, which is for Copter, is about to start in 2 weeks. So we'll only have 1 vacancy, which is the deputy. So here is the updated figures, which I also gave everybody a handout. So the cases filed have gone up year over year, but the intakes have gone down. The most important is our outcomes. The adoptions have gone up to 308, and not so good. The return to owner went down at only 179, and other rescue types are 316. And the euthanasia has gone down immensely. If I recall correctly, almost 300 down. So euthanasia is 382 for 2025. It was 638 last time. So that is far less. We're having a lot better live outcomes. And vaccine clinics held is 0. That's not very good, but we didn't have an RVT, which that is actually important to say as well. We do have an RVT on staff now, so certain things like vaccine clinic can now happen, and we had our first one in January. We plan on having at least 1 vaccine clinic every single month again. And once that gets up and running, planning potentially 2 times a week. We used to have it once a week.
Would that be around the county or just at that location?
It's at our location currently, and it's before we open at 11. So our doors open at 11, but it would be at 9 or 10 in the morning.
Okay, thank you.
So our staff can actually, on their normal duties, be able to.
Thank you.
And Mr. Carter, those clinics, 2025 data, was that fiscal year or calendar?
Calendar.
Or a calendar, okay, thank you.
And the points of emphasis for 2026. So we're still working on our policies and procedures related to the annex and overall disasters. We do have a final draft, so hopefully that should be done in the next few months. Capital improvements, since I've been there, we plan on doing an actual paved road down to the pens for the disaster. And there's a plan in between the two buildings. There's actually going to be a play area created for the animals so that there's enrichment instead of just being in a kennel all the time, which we might have other funding for, but as of right now, it's in our budget. We are obviously still trying to secure a veterinarian, since that's very difficult. It's also very expensive to use outside vets, but we are continuing trying to hire. And as of January 5th, we also started on-call again for the officers. So there will always be one animal control officer on call where dispatch or someone can call. They are going to mainly answer to emergencies rather than just like a stray animal, because there's also a 3-hour call out for any kind of call out. But that should help quite a bit, and I know the community has probably wanted that for a while. And the copter officer is the one that will be here in a couple weeks to start helping out that project. And in mid-year, we'll also be asking for a new truck and box because we only have enough for our current officers. And that's required for the position. Okay. And on February 14th, on Valentine's Day, we are going to have a free adoptions day. And it's going to be at the shelter. And a flyer will come out 2/1, February 1st. And that's the data set should be the same next year unless your board has something different. And that's all I have for now.
Any questions from the board or further comments? Seeing none, we thank you for the report and the presentation. Or did you have a question? Yes, Supervisor Peiss.
And thank you for your leadership. I'm sure you're getting excited to go back to your permanent role, but we really needed you during this time and really, really appreciative for all the work that you've done and the leadership that you've shown over at Animal Care and Control.
Thank you, trying hard.
Supervisor Owen.
Yes, would you be able next year possibly to add stats for livestock, horses and livestock?
I can't say positive yes, but I will absolutely look into it.
Perfect, thank you.
And I will say that we did just recently have 3 horses,
I knew that, that's why I'd asked.
and they are all out in good circumstances.
Perfect.
And we get pigs and things quite often.
Mm-hmm.
Is the rooster still there?
I recall hearing it recently, but I can't say as of right now, but I think so.
Is that your rooster?
No.
Anything
take that
further
notice
from the
down.
board?
Thank you.
Not seeing any?
And close your eyes if you're online. I'm going to IT.
Yeah.
Oh, did I?
We'll go ahead and call up our IT Director, Shane French.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. All this jumping around. Whoops. All this jumping around.
I think I could probably handle it. We'll see in a minute. Good afternoon, board. I'm Shane French, IT Director for the County of Lake. So this year, we have some accomplishments. We finished up our migration of departments to the Office 365 platform. All county employees are now on that platform for all their email and Office Suite and a handful of other services there. We made some improvements in our data center infrastructure, and basically what that means is some refreshes of server hardware, storage hardware, networking, all the stuff that allows employees to get on in the morning and start doing their work. You may know that with this Windows 11 operating system, there's kind of like a life cycle for all these softwares, and we have to essentially retire out operating systems that are no longer under support by the manufacturer. So that involved either replacing hardware or upgrading existing computer operating system. And we completed that this year. Actually, I think we have like a handful of computers somewhere in a closet that somebody can't find that we need to finish up, but we're just about done with that one. We also implemented some changes to the website that ensure compliance with the ADA. There's been some compliance enhancements that have come out that require some additional feature sets on your website in terms of low visibility and text size and just a bunch of other things that make the site more accessible for a wider audience. As far as our metrics, we track how many endpoints, and what I mean by endpoints is essentially the computers and devices that employees use to do their work. Countywide, there's 1,266 of those. It's a little more than last year. Our department manages 992 of those. The balance of those are managed by our social services department. We have 1,193 voice over IP phones that are managed by IT. Central IT manages 877 users. That's a couple increased from last year. This employee to device ratio is how many devices there are for each employee. So for every 4 employees right now, we have 5 devices, and that's kind of on account of the folks that have work from home devices, and some people have a work from home device and a desktop computer at their desk in the office. So to the extent possible, departments have been trying to make that more of a one-to-one. You have one device and you bring it home with you, and you maybe dock it at work. It's a cost savings. These next two, this is essentially, it's a metric whereby we're kind of dividing the number of those endpoints, or excuse me, we're dividing our budget, our IT budget, by the number of endpoints, and it kind of gives you a number. There should be a dollar sign there by that 1580, but anyway, it's $1,580 per endpoint if you figure our budget as a ratio of device to budget. It's somewhat arbitrary, but I find it useful. Similarly, we have per user costs. That's essentially the cost of supporting one of our employees, all the stuff that makes up IT, all the labor, all of the services, all of the equipment, all of the service contracts and everything else, again, divided down to per employee costs. And that's kind of I think, a useful metric. And so essentially what we're showing there, I guess, is that the overall cost as it goes to one employee has decreased a bit this year. Yearly cost of productivity software. Again, this is your typical, like what everybody has on their desktop, office suite software, $352,000. That's $352,500. That's essentially your Office 365 office suite. We pay a lot more for these things these days because everything is cloud-based, and so we kind of pay for it over and over, unfortunately. But we hope to, gain some benefit out of that with the frequent upgrades and different features that come out with these things. And then again, I kind of divide that cost by the number of users, and it's $341 per employee per year. And then security specific spending. This is like all the security products that we need to secure our network. This is essentially how much that costs us this year. That increased a bit this year as expected. These costs are rising every year. And again, per user, it's about $188. So you can kind of see there's a pretty substantial cost per employee for each of these. We have 57 facilities on the county network. That's decreased a little bit this year. I think that decreased by 1, if I'm not mistaken. 3,338 service requests completed. This is basically our ticketing system. 49 terabytes of data managed. Of course, that grows every year. And right now we have 4 out of 5 analyst positions filled. We have 1 open position. And then we have a ratio of how many users each of these analysts supports. And right now that's 248 to 1. Now that ratio will go down once we fill that open position. And then analyst to user endpoint ratio, again, that's more derived by the number of endpoints each staff member supports. And our budget was $2,450,000. This next one, typical number of employees working from home, that's like how many people on a typical day are actually working from home in our workforce, 186. And this next one, overall employees working recently from home, that's like kind of the broad spectrum of folks that actually work from home, not maybe every day, but it kind of gives you an idea of how many people are routinely working from home. So that's 379. Points of emphasis for 2026, we have this aging Wi-Fi network that we've had throughout the county for a number of years. It's end of life. We're replacing that with a modernized system that is much more performant and will give a lot better coverage, a lot more, I guess, bandwidth in terms of radio signals and things and the way they propagate. I think it'll do a lot of good, especially for this building. Replacing a lot of wide area network wireless infrastructure. This is basically the wireless connectivity that connects various county facilities to the core of the network. Replacing some of that. There's going to be a minor website design refresh. It's part of our Civic Plus contract. And we're finishing our multi-factor authentication rollout. And that's it.
We have questions from board members at this point. Supervisor Owen.
I would just like to say thank you. You guys have really been a lot of help to me in 2025, so I really appreciate your services.
You got it.
Thank you.
And likewise, really appreciate the work you guys are doing to make sure that we're secure and with all the advances and the threats that are out there. It's against computers. So appreciate the work and thank you for being here today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, board.
And next we're going to move on to our librarian for a presentation about our library system. We have our director or our librarian, Christopher Beach.
I'm in control of the slides. All right. No, I'm fine. Okay. So thank you. I'm Christopher Beach, County Librarian. And so for our 2025 accomplishments, over at Redbud Library, Lisa Mosher launched a successful summer lunch at the library grant program at the Redbud Library. It's a state-funded grant program in Clear Lake, which provided summer meals alongside literacy programs to kids. We launched our new online library catalog, which really improved the user experience and which really makes it a lot easier to access the library's holdings. For example, this new upgraded catalog allows us to create staff lists and feature them prominently. So as one example, we created a list that highlights items from local authors. We participated in 5 parades with the Bookmobile, which helps highlight the library around the community. With funding from the nonprofit charity, the Friends of the Lake County Library, we launched online author talks, which have been a very popular online resource that connects residents with best-selling authors. We updated our collection development policy to align with the California Freedom to Read Act, reaffirming our commitment that the collection reflects the diverse interests of the community. So this year, one of the largest library suppliers of materials, books and DVDs, Baker & Taylor, went out of business, making it difficult for libraries across the country to purchase new books and DVDs. So we worked to establish a new relationship and made sure our library could keep purchasing new titles as best we could despite this industry-wide disruption. With the Public Services Department and state funding through the California Library Infrastructure Grant, we are working on completing installation of a fire suppression system at the Lakeport Library, which should be finished soon. And there are still more still more work to do on our infrastructure grant. Georgina Guadardo in our literacy department launched the Career Online High School program for community members to earn a high school diploma and career certificate online. And we also continue to partner with the California State Park and the Lake County Literacy Coalition to continue offering story walks events year-round. And the library's bookmobile began attending the monthly story walk events for families to meet library staff, check out story walk books, and learn more about library services. So here are some of our data metrics. So for our stats this year, library circulation overall has increased slightly. So that is digital and physical materials added together. Physical materials circulation is down slightly. I attribute this partly to the month-long closure of the Lakeport Library, which is our busiest branch. And despite our efforts, circulation did drop while we were just offering curbside service and people couldn't come in. Plus, we did have a slowdown in getting new materials due to Baker and Taylor closing this year. However, digital checkouts of ebooks and especially e-audiobooks continues to increase, this year by 13%. We have had slightly less physical materials added due to the price of materials going up while our materials budget remains flat, and also again to the slowdown in acquisitions due to the closure of Baker and Taylor. Public computer sessions is down very slightly by less than 1%, but the number of devices we lend has increased, as well as the number of programs offered and attendance at those programs. So for our outreach performed, we performed over double the number of outreach visits than we performed in the prior year. And that's attending classrooms, attending public meetings, attending street fairs or farmers markets, or visiting those places with our bookmobile. Our new library card numbers is down by 10%, but our total number of library members has remained steady. As stipulated by the state, we purge library card members who have not used their library card in the last 3 years. The number of library visits is a new metric, so I can't tell you if it's increased or decreased, but our door counters estimated 112,525 visits to the library and the bookmobile this year. And then we have some of our statistics just for the bookmobile. So the number of visits looks like it's down there compared to last year, but that's because we decided this year to only include visits to our standard stops in this metric, not to include our outreach visits, which are highly variable in this metric. So that is just the standard stops that it visits every single week around the county. The number of materials we checked out via the bookmobile and the number of stops we made on our regular schedule did increase from the year before, though. And then our points of emphasis for next year, we'll continue to work on our library collection and maintain our grant-funded state programs. This year, we want to work with local public schools to make class visits and make sure every first grader is offered a library card. And then this is a big one behind the scenes, but we are moving from our current integrated library system, which manages every transaction in the library, to a new one, along with side of our partners, Sonoma and Mendocino County. Information technology is working on upgrading cables in all of our library branches, and we're still working on the California Library Infrastructure Grant to make life and safety improvements at our branches. And we will continue to monitor and report on the same metrics next year, unless you wanted to add any others, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
One question I have, understanding that cards get canceled if they don't get used in 3 years. Do we know what the percentage of this 1841 new cards was people coming back because they had a purge card and as opposed to never had a card before at all?
If someone was purged and they came back, they would show up as a new library user.
So we can't really track that.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, once they are removed from our system.
Okay, no worries. I was just curious. Any other questions from supervisors at this point? Not seeing any. Well, thank you for providing us that information today.
Thank you.
We'll conclude this. We're going to go ahead and move on. I'm going to go out of order a little bit and call up the registrar of voters.
on the right corner. On
37. This
37,
is
thank you.
library.
No.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Maria Valadez, Registrar of Voters. Thank you for having me here today. So the accomplishments for 2025 for the Registrar of Voters is an election was called last year, and we were given 75 days to put an election together compared to a typical 148 plus time frame. So kudos to all staff members that had to scuttle and get polling places, poll workers, get our ballot ordered and our sample ballot booklets compiled so that we can mail out. So we successfully administered the election and completed certification by December 2nd, which was E minus 20, or that should say E plus 28, sorry. 28 days after the election, because the last day that we could accept cure signatures was that Sunday before that Tuesday. So with the passage of Proposition 50, staff had to turn around within a short time frame after certification and before December 19th, the first day for candidate filing for the upcoming June election, and make adjustments to some of our voting precincts to comply with the changes within the congressional districts. For those of you that don't know, Lake County will now be in 2 congressional districts. And then we initiated the candidate filing in conjunction while working on the election and doing the precinct boundary changes. Go ahead. Thank you. So data points and metrics. So for elections, I just wanted to show how many registrants, new registrants we had in 2025, how many we updated or re-registered, and cancellations, and then metrics for the election of voter participation. So the number of how many ballots were issued went up because as every year registration increases. The participation, it's hard to measure because it depends on the type of election and the voter interest on whether they want to vote or not. But just to give you an idea, this is how many ballots were received by mail in the office, at the drop boxes, and on election day at the polling places. Next slide, please. I wanted to break down on election day at the office versus the polling place, just to show you that on election day, we issued 56 vote-by-mail ballots at the office, 346 ballots were dropped off at the office, and then we fielded 1,358 calls between 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Voters calling in and poll workers verifying voters to make sure that they were voting at the right polling location. At the polls, 1,633 people voted in person, 369 voted provisional, and then 2,800 ballots were dropped off at the polls on election day. Our points of emphasis is in 2026 is to fill our current vacancy. So we have one person that's out, and we hope to fill that out here within the next couple of months before the June election. We're preparing for and administering the June 2026 statewide primary election. And we'll also be preparing for the November general election as soon as we certify the primary election, sometime around July. This year we've had to implement, there was 43 election-related legislative bills that were chaptered last year, some of them which went into effect last year, but the majority will go into effect this year. There was a couple of bills, specifically one is going to be AB 1249, where we'll be required to be open Saturday before Election Day for a minimum of 6 hours to the public. So we'll be making an announcement and a media release for that. Assembly Bill 5 also, this is going to hit us pretty hard because the bill requires that we count all ballots 13 days after the election. So this will be a huge impact in our office for staff. We'll have to figure out how to do that. The only ballots we don't have to have completed are those that are provisional, the problem ones with the cure signature letters, and/or any ballots that come from the other counties. So, but we still don't certify until the deadline. So we don't certify early, we just have to be done verifying signatures on the vote by mail ballots. Let's see.
So that's 13 days as opposed to 30 that was previously to count.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And I think another bill that also passed is going to require that we, instead of weekly updates, that we have to do bi-weekly updates. So we'll have to get all of this done, but also stop to do updates for, the counts, for election counts. And then we'll be continuing participating in voter outreach events and promoting voter education. I didn't include it in my any of this, but we did attend 4 outreach events last year. So 2 high schools, Woodland College and the Night Out was attended by staff. So we're working on continuing participating in those. This year we'll have 2 coming up that we'll be participating at, Kelseyville being one, and I don't recall which the other one is at the moment, but that's fun. So data points that, elections can continue measuring are new registrants, cancellations, updates, re-registrations, voter participation, and outreach efforts. As I said, it's hard to measure voter participation because it just depends on the voters' interest to want to vote. So I'm thinking probably 2026 might be a high turnout. And that concludes my presentation.
Supervisor Owen, do you have a question?
I do. Cancellations, what does that stand for? It states 1,305 cancellations.
So when people move out of California, out of the county, when they pass away, so when we have to cancel a voter reg, yeah.
Okay, and then did we have any that appeared to be fraudulent? Do we have a number on that?
People sign under penalty of perjury that the information they're providing is true and correct. So, we've never received anything that they mark that they're not a citizen. We send them out a letter, but I don't have record of
The reason I was asking was because you had to give us our ballots a second time, and we wondered if those had came in. We didn't receive our first ballot in the mail, my husband or I, and I had to go to your office and get another one.
Well,
so I was just curious if those came back. I wondered what happened to them.
We don't mail them personally, so they go from the post office, and it's through the post office process. But as soon as we issue a second ballot to any voter, it cancels out your first ballot. So.
And that's what you had mentioned. I was just wondering if there was potential fraud.
None that I'm aware of, and if anything would have been reported to the district attorney's office, but I wasn't aware of any voter fraud.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further from the board?
Can I just make one more comment?
Yes, please.
On the vote by mail ballots, also, if somebody were to have tried to vote your first ballot, we do verify signatures on every single ballot that comes back through to our office.
Yeah, I was just curious if it did come back, so. Thank you.
We would have to research it.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like no further questions. Well, thank you for being here and appreciate the work. I appreciate the outreach work, and hopefully, that will continue in the future just to kind of educate our youth and encourage more people to vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And a shout out to, like I said, our staff, our office, and all the departments that collaborate and help us get this together, IT and buildings and grounds.
Yes, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning that. And next, we'll call up our Chief Public Defender.
All right. Thank you. I'm Tom Feimer. I'm the Chief Public Defender. I've met all of you. I'm pretty sure everybody kind of knows what we do, but just for clarity's sake, we represent people who cannot afford attorneys who are charged with crimes in the Superior Court up here on the 4th floor. We also represent people in conservatorship cases. We will also be including juvenile cases in our purview starting this March. as the county has been on a contract system with the lawyers who represent them, but they are retiring, and it is something that statutorily should be done by our office, so we're excited to be undertaking that. Beyond that, I guess we're ready for the first slide. 2025 accomplishments, I will note by way of apology, I've been here about 3.5 weeks, so my slides are not as granular as everybody else's. But we also have a lot of our accomplishments and tasks there as our office and department's relatively new. They sound simple, but they're very fundamental. One thing, we've managed to successfully transition. We went from the initial public defender to an interim, who I want to thank and say Mr. Tues did a tremendous job under the circumstances. And on to my tenure, which I hope is successful. We have went from a administrative staff of about 1 for the entire department to now 4 full-time staffers, 1 extra help. And this has dramatically improved both attorney preparedness, case management, and also just public experience. Public calling is not facing one, overwhelmed employee trying to figure out and get information about their case. And standardized business practices. What I sort of encountered is a lot of people who are really, diligent and dedicated about their work, but kind of an organization where folks are taking it upon themselves to kind of set up their own system and set up their own kind of way of managing things like case assignment, data collection, calendaring even. And there wasn't a lot of centralized procedures and policies in place. So really my first main task has been getting that all set up so that it's not all dependent on any one person, and they call in sick that day and suddenly we're in sort of a chaotic situation. And again, all of that really boils down to not just a better representation, but a better client experience too. And of course, budgetary oversight, just making sure, everything's spent in a way that again, maximizes the defendant's representation. Next slide, please. So, increased staffing metrics. We've hired 4 additional attorneys, 3 additional investigators, 3 new administrative staff, an accountant. You can interpolate the formatting here. You heard Ms. Grones say her case metrics are all up. When her case metrics go up, ours go up as we end up representing realistically the vast majority of those defendants. We took in 5,946 cases last year, of which 3,369 closed out, 269 conflicts. Well, I'll go to that sort of when we get to our goals and discuss this in more detail. Next slide, please. Points of emphasis, as I discussed, improving public client experience, including client communications, office experience, web experience. So when I arrived, there really wasn't literally, if you went to our office, you were sort of faced with a locked door and nowhere to kind of go. People kind of knock, and if they saw somebody moving around, they tap. We've ramped up sort of in our reorganizing so that, yes, there's an actual lobby and a place people can come in and wait and talk to somebody and say, hi, I have an appointment. Can you come meet with me? Making sure, again, that the phone system, people are getting a lot of messages, even when people are there, as if the office was closed. Again, making sure Somebody can call and find out who their lawyer is, how to make an appointment with them. Web experience, I am in the process of rebuilding the website. The website we had was, now it's a very basic, down to a basic landing page with some information about what our office is and how to contact us. It had been a kind of a very hodgepodge of different things, including some advice on some topics we really don't actually cover as part of our job. So I'm sort of working on to get more focused to our clients' sort of needs. More accurate and precise data gathering and analytics. Another thing I kind of found is historically, when I was administrator of LID, we had our own homemade kind of system, but was very easy, however, to get basic case info from. The Defender's Office had purchased a software system, case management system that has some very useful capabilities, but as I found, it was not most of the data that we're really looking for, such as conflicts, caseloads and such, is kind of being kept in a, there's a spreadsheet here and there's, a list over there, and it's not really as centralized as it needed to be. And a lot of that goes with, I've instituted sort of a more regular file management system so that, again, as cases come in and files are processed, that most of this data is collected at a central point, and calendaring is regularly checked at a central point. And again, these are all basic systems just to make sure that we're on point, we're all making our appearances, the data we need is being collected, and it's being kept in a place where people can get it and know how to get it. And that's included training and improved sort of use of the software that I inherited. Goal to work with the Public Defender Oversight Committee, which hasn't met yet on my watch, but I'm looking forward to do so. Again, one of the reasons this office was set up is a feeling and a need that there needed to be more interaction with the public, more transparency, and the committee is really a way to have that oversight, and I'm, again, excited to be doing that in the coming year. Greater oversight of conflict practices and procedures. This has probably been the court's greatest sort of issue with us, is how many conflicts are declared. Right now, we are down to 2 conflict attorneys, which conflict attorneys are not overseen by my office. They don't work. They get appointed when we have a conflict. The first thing I did is to sort of have to personally approve all conflicts that are declared in the office to make sure, that's not a conflict first, ask questions later scenario. And again, to sort of record and keep track the numbers, who's declaring them, what reasons, make sure they're legitimate bases. And then, of course, in expanding our representation to the juvenile cases starting in March. I believe that's it.
Questions from the board? Comments?
It's a lot for 3 weeks. It's been a busy 3 weeks, yeah.
Well, we appreciate your efforts in coming in, and also the work that Carlos did. Thank you for mentioning that.
Yes.
And, looking forward to just seeing the department continue to build and improve. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And next, we're going to call up our Public Services Director, Lars Ewing. While he's coming up, I just wanted to make a note so the public's aware. The agenda shows probation on today, but they actually did their presentation a couple weeks ago. And so that can be found in our last regular meeting. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr.
All right. Well, good afternoon. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. I'm I will dive right into the next slide, and I think I have this. All right, great. The first thing I wanted to highlight as far as an accomplishment is the overarching management of the infrastructure that Public Services is responsible for. You can see buildings, parks, and landfill are the ones highlighted there. There are programs and services that we run, certainly that are addressed later in the slide, but over 100 buildings, parks, and the singular landfill. That's the heavy lift. Number of projects, capital projects that were under construction, either complete or in progress last year. There's a list there. Half of them have been mentioned by other department heads here, and that really points to the collaboration that we have. The way I look at it is that we are their designer, their general contractor. We work for them, so we try to carry those out as best we can. Recreation programming was another win. You can see we had the first and certainly not the last Canocti climb. We had kids summer day camp, a couple of rounds of swim lessons, and that's ever growing from just the last few years. Courthouse Museum Pomo Gallery was complete, and we rolled out an internship program with 3 separate interns, one at museums, one focused on recreation, and one that was focused on solid waste. Next slide here. Some of the data points, most of these are steady state, so I won't, even though it does have a number, an arrow up, but by and large, these are steady state. There were a few to highlight though. Recreation events at 4, the numbers are low, but last year it was 1, the previous year it was 0, so we're ramping up quite a bit. The facility condition index says TBD. We are about 3 or 4 years ago. We had a facility assessment completed, and we were in the fair range. We anticipate having another completed here soon. We just don't have the data to really show what our index is. We can put some assumptions there, but we don't have that most recent assessment. So that's something that I look forward to. Next slide. All right, a few more metrics. Again, similar here, pretty much steady state. You can see some of the arrows pointing down on the recycling and diversion program quantities. While they're not too drastic, some of them are simply, for example, the filters, oil filters down at the bottom. That's over half of what it was before. That's simply because we're now tracking residential only as opposed to commercial and residential. So really nothing alarming with any of these figures here. At the very top, though, countywide disposal rate, 5.1 pounds per person per day. That is trending down, which is a good thing, and the compaction rate going up, that is also a good thing. So we have less coming in theory, and we're packing the garbage in tighter, which uses our airspace more efficiently. So next slide. All right, points of emphasis moving forward. So organizing these by the divisions that are in public services, solid waste, and recycling. You can see landfill expansion, the various phases carrying those projects forward. Working on a long-term disposal plan as we run out of space or envision running out of space at the landfill. We are about 20 years out from hitting that, but we need to start planning for either options of expanding at that location, alternatives of somewhere else, handling our waste stream in an entirely different manner. So we're going to look at doing a long-term local disposal plan for that. Beverage container recycling solution. This really is a state program that I believe your board is certainly aware of. We continue to look for opportunities to step in and try to fill in the gaps where they are not. We have a grant that we are working with in partnership with Mendocino County through a contractor, and it's been apparent with the bumps and bruises along the way. So I think for your board to be aware of as elected officials and carrying it forward, just that this is a state problem that is trickled down. Certainly, the money that comes in for CRV does not come to the county; it goes to the state. So that's certainly a problem. Last bullet point under solid waste is the evaluation of potential for mandatory garbage service in community growth areas. We've completed a preliminary look at that in one community growth area. We're going to expand that to quite a few others and carry that out to the public so we can see what the desire is there. Museums, you can see a few things: increased school tours, native artifact repatriation, and a few new exhibits. A couple actually at just about every museum. So, next slide. Moving on to Parks, Recreation, and Trails. On the construction side of parks, you can see there are a number of projects that we anticipate going into construction next year. Hammond Park, just to highlight that is currently under construction, and we'll be completing that next year. The others are not yet under construction, but they will be started and completed in that same year. Planning and design for parks, you can see there's quite a few that are in the planning stage. A few that I want to touch on, Cobb Community Park. We are hopeful for a federal grant, a $1.3 million grant that we've made it through the first couple of rounds of approval, and we're optimistic to get that. I highlight that because it's an opportunity to have other people pay for pay for park improvements. You mentioned you might have heard earlier the Parks Reserve. There's funding there, but we want to reserve that as match for projects like this. Let's see, Highland Springs Park. That is not a public services department managed park. It is managed by Water Resources. It's been on the radar as either a transfer from Water Resources to Public Services for the park proper portion of that, as opposed to the flood control portion of Highland Springs. I put up here a co-management agreement, so that's another approach. So that's just the terminology is maybe unique, or odd, but it's collaboration with Water Resources on how to manage Highland Springs in the future. And then recreation programming continued and expanded. Last thing to highlight there is just the fact that we are hiring a recreation manager here. It's been a little bit of delay bringing her on, but I'm looking forward to that. Last slide for public services, facilities here. You can see this is again on the 2026 points of emphasis, variety of construction projects, and I'm highlighting projects that go to construction because we have about 40 or 50 capital projects at any point in time in any stage, and construction is where people tend to focus, and so I wanted to highlight what we will be bringing to construction. A lot of these have been aforementioned, and so I don't know that I need to go into too much detail here, but we will be carrying quite a few forward to construction, which emphasizes the need for construction management staff, and so that's something that we have, and we have a solution to make it even more robust so that we can meet the needs for these projects. Planning and design, a few highlighted there. Courthouse interior, we have the move on the fourth floor, be coming to your board here probably in the next month with an update on the various domino effects of facility moves, and so you can look forward to that. It's not an answer of who will go where, but it'll provide some insight and allow the board to provide input. Let's see, I won't go into any more detail on the planning and design projects. And then the last thing in closing is a point of emphasis is the evaluation of a potential merger with the Public Works Department that I believe your board is certainly well aware of. So I'll wrap that up for public services.
Any comments or questions from the board at this point? Doesn't appear so. We thank you for that presentation, and you'll stay here for the next one.
I hope my time limit starts over, so thank you.
Which is
all right.
Public Works.
Yeah. All right, so Lars Ewing, Interim Public Works Director. I've had the pleasure over the last 7 months of serving as the Interim Public Works Director. Accomplishments from 2025. Similar to public services, I highlight the day-to-day infrastructure management of your road network. There's a lot of information there about what it includes. It's more than just the road. That's everything associated with that, and that's that's the heavy lift on the road side of it, the road crew side. To highlight a few capital projects that were either completed or are currently in progress. You can see a few of them up there, a couple of road projects and a couple of bridge replacement projects. Next slide. All right, again, on accomplishments, pre-construction milestones, just two specific projects that I wanted to highlight. Again, similar to public services, there are about 50 capital projects that we are in various stages on. So to talk about every one would be, we don't have the time for that, but two milestones I wanted to bring up for two projects. One is South Main Street, Soda Bay Road, both the road widening and improvement project, but also the utility undergrounding. That the pre-construction phase is complete, as your board, I believe, is aware. Later this week, the California Transportation Commission will be considering about $10.5 million for the road improvement portion of that. Have no reason to believe that won't be approved. So that's an exciting milestone, still with plenty of work to remain. The utility undergrounding portion we anticipate later this calendar year, and then the road widening portion in 2027. The other project to highlight there is Canocti Road sidewalks. The pre-construction phase is complete. Your board a few weeks ago, actually a month or so ago, awarded the construction project, and we are looking forward to going into construction for that. Fleet and heavy equipment, what's called AKA Central Garage. They have a heavy. They are managing similar to the road network. They're managing the day-to-day infrastructure for our vehicle network. They also do it for so those are for the department-owned vehicles. They also do the same for heavy equipment for roads and a few other departments. So you can see a few of their focuses: maintaining and modernizing the fleet, and a highlight is that we did add in hybrid electric vehicle capability and the charging infrastructure for that. So that'll be expanding. To call it a pilot project is probably not the right nomenclature, but we are starting at the small level and building it up. Last highlight here in accomplishments is the county surveyor. This is an often overlooked division. I do call it a division in public works. I don't know if it has been before, but it truly is. That two-man crew, one man, one woman crew right now does a yeoman's work, and it's more than going out and surveying what you might think of as field surveying. They handle county surveyor office functions primarily, and they provide a significant service to the public, as well as internal to many departments. I would say community development being the main player there. So, next slide. All right, data points here again, similar to public services, nothing too extreme. Some of the numbers, comparing them to previous years, you can see, service requests, did go up, but at the same time, new service requests went down. So nothing too out of the ordinary here. I haven't jumped into the weeds on this to determine whether these are appropriate to track, but I think that's something for the permanent director to do in the future. Let's see, equipment, same comment there with equipment and vehicle fleet. So, all right, next slide. So moving on to this calendar year and points of emphasis, just jumping right into construction, you can see a laundry list of projects that we anticipate going into construction, some of which I mentioned previously, but there are a few ongoing ones to comment on. One is the 2026 pavement preservation project, which is AKA the chip seal. Hill Road, we call it the landslide, but the Hill Road and North Lakeport, that's one that's been on the books for quite some time. We are right at the very end of the right-of-way approval, and construction is anticipated this year. And then you can see a number of bridge projects, and these are, again, the ones going to construction. Engineering and roads here, kind of an odd terminology of engineering and roads, but bottom line, you can see that besides the projects going to construction, they're planning and design of quite a few other projects, not just road, but also airport improvement projects. So, next slide. All right, what you can't see on the top says engineering. Point of emphasis is to update the county road design and construction standards. Director Turner referenced to some extent the ag standards, I believe, in her presentation. This is above and beyond the ag standards. We're doing those in parallel, so we don't wait on the ag standards for the overarching all county road design and construction standards, but these are dated and need to be updated. Not on the slide for engineering, though it's worth mentioning. I haven't talked at all about staffing. Staffing, I would say, is, we could talk about the vacancy rate, but one thing I wanted to highlight, one specific position is a deputy director position for Public Works that we have a new deputy director starting next week. He's an experienced engineering and experienced capital project manager and experienced in the county as well. So he has over 20 years of experience previously in public works. So it's a great opportunity, if for nobody else than me, for him to step in and really lead that engineering division, which is full of great employees, and I think he'll be a great addition. Let's see, roads, a point of emphasis here. You've heard the chip seal project. I think a point of emphasis is we continue that, but what I've asked the road superintendent to do is consider what it would take to do 50 miles of chip seal a year instead of 35, and what do we need to do? Are we talking about additional staff? Obviously, we're talking about more money, pure and simple. But what does that look like, and what are the pros and cons of that? So we're evaluating that. Fleet and heavy equipment, you can see basically it's continuing to do their job. That's really the summarization there. Same on the county surveyor. One unique one there at the end is relinquishment of Caltrans Highway 29 frontage. When the highway was constructed, it resulted in some portions of roadway that need to be relinquished to the county, and so we're working through that process. And in closing, though it's not on the slide, is similar to public services, is to evaluate the potential merger, in this case with the Public Services Department. So I'll end there and happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Owen.
What areas on 29 are they Caltrans relinquishing to us? Is that around Hartman?
No. It's the Highway 29 corridor between 281 and 175, where they completely realigned it within the last 3 or 4 years with the new construction, and it resulted in new county roads. So no, not in your district.
Okay, well, I want to say I really appreciate the work that you guys have done. I'm really happy with our work crew on our roads, and you guys have done an amazing job.
Well, they have, yeah, for sure.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Not seeing anything. We'll appreciate your time today.
I do have one more question.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. Plug-in stations. I know I had forwarded you a letter from a constituent. Is that something that will be coming up in the future for vehicle EV plug-in stations, like say at senior centers or libraries or something along those lines? Is that something that might be on the radar?
It is on the radar through a couple of different facets. One is through public services, working with a few grants at a few locations, primarily at libraries, though that is the charging stations are not included there, but the infrastructure may be there. But more at a higher level is Lake Area Planning Council. They are working on a project for that, so I could certainly connect you with the transportation planner who's heading that up.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Crandall.
I don't know if I missed it, but did you mention the Rodman Slough pavement, Nice Lucerne cutoff?
It's included in the 2026.
Plan. That's what I thought.
Yeah, it's not called out specifically.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure if anyone's watching and they're wondering about it.
Yes.
Thank you. Anything further? Doesn't appear so. Thank you,
All
Mr.
right,
Ewing.
thank you.
Thank you, Lars.
And next, we're going to call up our Social Services Director, Rachel Delman Parsons, for presentation.
Good afternoon, board. So I'm going to take this opportunity to really briefly kind of spin off and talk about some topical concerns. They do tie directly to my points of emphasis, which are on the last page of this presentation. And of course, I'll address any other questions you have regarding my slides. So as you saw today in our Board of Soups public comments and the legislative priorities and our department head presentations, there are a lot of looming funding challenges, particularly in health and human services. Both the state and federal budgets are shifting significant costs towards counties. And as you are aware as well, here in Lake County, 50% of our residents, more or less, receive their Medi-Cal through medical coverage through Medi-Cal Partnership Health Plan. About 25% of our population also receives CalFresh EBT food benefits, both of which are administered through my department. So the governor's January budget proposes to shift numerous costs to counties. I'm going to talk about two of the major ones that are going to hit my department if it does not change, but there are certainly more that I was not expecting in there. One of the largest ones is increasing IHSS costs for counties, which is the opposite direction of what I was hoping for. And the second is no relief for HR1 cost shifts onto counties. When the feds are shifting costs to the state, those costs are being shifted onto counties without any relief. So with regard to IHSS increases, the CIFCO penalty, which we currently have to pay 50% of, is going to increase to 100% of county share. I am less concerned about that because we have done a good job catching up on our caseload with regard to that penalty. But there is a way which the casework goes where we're never going to be at zero because some of the delays are unavoidable, not our fault, by the recipients maybe completing paperwork late, so we're always going to pay some penalty there. The larger and much more concerning shift of IHSS costs to counties is that any increase in IHSS hours are proposed to be 100% county share. That is a huge, potentially unmanageable cost. That is a little scary for counties right now because the state cannot tell us how that is going to be calculated. And it is resulting in some counties kind of cutting hours in anticipation for cost control. We are not doing that. We are hoping to address it through legislative advocacy, and then we'll strategize after that. Then with regard to HR1, the second thing that is concerning in that the federal budget the state budget does not afford any relief to counties for this. 20% of CalFresh administrative costs currently will be passed on to counties. This alone, without any of the other things that the state proposes to pass on to counties, will exhaust my reserves, not just my realignment, all of my reserves within 2 years, after which we will be operating in deficit. What else comes along with HR1? More stringent rules for the public, which come with more workloads for my staff to both try and help people stay on the programs they're eligible to by jumping through these extra hoops to stay on the programs. But it also requires more work of my staff in evaluating the program requirements, which are more stringent. Renewing your benefits every 6 months instead of every 12 months. That's a double workload. And I do not see any scenario where the caseload attrition will equal the increased workload. And this increased workload didn't come with any additional administrative funding. So moving on to realignment, which is the magic pot of money that fills all the gaps, but it keeps shrinking. So this is the money that backfills any funding gaps. And a realignment is funded through local sales tax and vehicle licensing. So in a downturned economy, that means less funding. There was a huge long laundry list of what realignment is mandated to fund. Child welfare services, including foster youth, family wrap, family training, safety organized practices, supportive therapeutic options training, kinship foster care, emergency care, independent living programs, specialized care. The list goes on and on for the child welfare services programs that realignment is intended to fund. In addition, realignment is also intended to fund CalWORKs, welfare to work services for working low-income families, including benefit payment, anti-lice program, domestic violence services, learning disability evaluations, mental health services, substance abuse services, transportation, education, subsidized employment, and another long list of things within the CalWORKs welfare to work program these funds are intended to support. In adult services, it provides protective emergency funding and hazardous waste proposal. In the IHSS program, it covers our county maintenance of efforts for IHSS provider pay, and that MOE, maintenance of effort, increases 4% every year, even if there is no provider wage. So we're paying more of our realignment in there, even without any wage increases. Realignment also pays for any additional IHSS provider pay raises. It covers the costs of public authority, IHSS advisory committee, these new CIFCO penalties, and if they don't get resolved, the new IHSS hour increase burden to counties. And then in addition to that, all unfunded or underfunded program administration. So you can see realignment gets stretched really far. Our two largest expenditures for realignment are IHSS provider wages and foster care payment. In the current fiscal year, we're looking at 71% of realignment going to pay IHSS provider wages. And within 2 years, we'll be at 80%, we're estimating, of our realignment going to pay IHSS provider wages. So in consideration of this, as your board is aware, earlier this month, we did issue our last best final offer to SEIU regarding IHSS provider pay, and we are simply awaiting their response to that offer. So assuming a best case scenario where realignment remains flat under HR1, we, as I said, will exhaust all of our reserves within 2 years. Everything that came in the governor's budget that I didn't anticipate, if it's enacted as it's written, we'll probably exhaust that much sooner. So I'm looking at mitigation, and I'm working with public health and behavioral health to bring a presentation to you in February. I know it's like the doom and gloom show. We love it. That was sarcasm. So I am engaging in advocacy with county admin and the County Welfare Directors Association to try and keep these things from becoming enacted into the budget. I've cut all non-emergency overtime in my department, and over the last month, we saved equivalent 3.5 FTEs. I am not currently contemplating a hiring freeze simply because there are very real penalties for not meeting production standards now that they have never enforced, but now they are enforcing them, like the CIFCO penalty. And we are co-locating our welfare fraud investigators effective July 1st, so we can get rid of one facility we're paying for. We're also going to co-locate the One Stop, which will help us with the new work requirements several of our programs have. So that's a great coordination. I'm researching using AI assistance for case notes and form completion. We would only go that route if it is cost neutral or cost savings. And I'm looking at other ways to make things work. So I think it's a tough situation. We're going to have to be flexible. And right now my focus is advocacy. And I look forward to more conversations as we put our thoughts together, and Elise and Anthony will be up here presenting to you in the next month. Any questions regarding the actual content?
Supervisor Crandall.
I just have one. I know that, there was some discussion today and other times about the IHSS, funding and whatnot when it comes to the SEIU. And they mentioned something about like 50% comes from the federal government, 30% comes from the state, and 20 comes from, can you elaborate on that for me?
I know that a portion of it is covered by, I can give you the actual, I know that what they are paid, 70% of that is coming from me right now. I can bring that back to you in the presentation. I don't know the math off the top of my head. I know that I'm sorry, what was the question?
Well, they're talking about a percentage and then like $1.10 that can go on top of
Oh,
it
I know
or
what
something
you
like
mean.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so they're talking about the match above minimum wage. So the MOE we have to pay regardless for minimum wage. Counties can either choose to raise IHSS provider pay above minimum wage or not, and that's through the negotiation process. If you raise it above minimum wage, the match that the state will match you at 50%, the cap is at 110. There is another method for match where you can go 10% above minimum wage, and we costed that out too, and it's just not affordable to us. I mean, we're already kicking 70% of our realignment, and it's going to be, closer to 80%. So it's just not affordable. And the way the rules are written, it's also for a 3-year term subject to California Department of Social Services renewal if you choose the 10% match option. CDSS has indicated they're willing to approve it and renew it, but the way the rules are written, there's really like no guarantee tied in, whereas the $1.10 above minimum wage match is. So anything above $1.10 becomes twice as expensive for us unless we opt into and are approved for the 10% match, but we can't afford either.
So would it be safe to say that if the federal government or the state, do they have a capacity to raise this situation, considering that the checks that they get have come from the state, right?
Yeah, the checks to IHSS providers are issued by the state, and that would be a solution I would support for the state of California to take on IHSS collective bargaining statewide. I think that would be a good solution for us, as long as it came with the state also taking on funding responsibility in some capacity. There has been some bills before the legislature for consideration. The last one hasn't died yet. It can come back one more time for consideration. I think we probably won't see it until Governor Newsom is out of office. I don't think he was supportive of that solution.
Yeah. I wanted to hear that right there, so thank you.
Supervisor Pyska.
I appreciate this update and also that we're going to have another one coming up soon. But I am really grateful that you were able to get this into our state legislative priorities, because this is something that you can advocate on with your through your association, and we can also. And hopefully we get some other partners on board to help us with this advocacy, because this is a problem that's just crushing us and it's going to get worse and worse.
Okay.
Any other supervisors? Supervisor Owen?
Yes. You had mentioned that we do have some fraud investigators that are working. Good.
Yeah, I have 2 welfare fraud investigators. They're funded through CalFresh and CalWorks dollars, and those are the only programs that allow for fraud investigator funding.
Okay,
I don't have dollars for IHSS. We're times greener. I could probably find some realignment funds to make that happen. I don't think that's in my future unless someone would like to come up with some funding.
No, I'm glad that we are on top of that.
Okay.
Considering the current climate.
Oh, yeah.
It's really important.
Yeah, and that includes if you're thinking about the child care funding freeze, which is just like this whole other ball of wax I didn't bring up right now, because it is currently in litigation, and we got another 2-week stay, and who knows what's going to happen there. But the funding freeze wasn't just for child care. It was also for TANF, which is CalWorks program, the entire program, including Welfare to Work, and also the Social Services Block Grant, which trickles down to all of my programs. So this isn't like stopped funding. It's frozen funding as long as we being the state, meet certain conditions to release data. Some of that data is not related to maintaining the programs, and these programs are also very thoroughly audited already. The state audits, the federal government audits. I have internal quality control staff who review cases, and then we have our welfare fraud investigators who both investigate cases we refer to them and random public tips. And then if the case has sufficient evidence, they'll refer it to the DA for prosecution.
Perfect. Thank you. And then the other comment was with Mike McGuire's office aide, Rihanna. that kind of put us on the spot a little bit. I really appreciated you following up with an email for us, giving us more current stats. So I did appreciate that, but is there any way to communicate with them and let them, because that kind of...
It's very tricky when you're in negotiations. I can check with Margaret, our negotiator. She said earlier today that it was okay to mention we had given last best final since it is important to correct misinformation. Beyond that, I haven't discussed with her, and I will let you know.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything further? Well, my questions were answered. I appreciated that detailed update on particularly the budget today, because that's critical for us to know with everything we got going on, all the programs that you have to run and provide. There's seems to be getting less and less to fit in to cover all these things that we really have to provide. So it makes it very difficult, and I appreciate the questions and comments from supervisors, because I would have the same questions and concerns. And Supervisor Crandall?
I wanted to bite my tongue, but I'm not. It's frustrating to see the SIEU coming to us and putting us on the spot, yet they're behind, some of these other state legislators and the governor putting up their signs like they're not part of the problem. So I don't know. It's frustrating because I do want to help them, but at the same time, there's people with more power than us that can help them. I wish some of them were here so they could hear that, but maybe they can go back and watch this on the video.
I appreciate that, and I've thought for a long time the state really needs to handle this on a statewide basis with all 58 counties.
Mm-hmm.
And I know there's been bills that haven't gone anywhere, and hopefully maybe this next one will at some point. So go ahead, Supervisor Pyska.
I mean, it's just important for all of us to remember that we're a small county carrying a medium county's caseload.
Yes, we are.
It is not unique throughout the state, but it's just something that we have not been able to bear very effectively, and we will not be able to in the future.
Especially with the funding mechanism where it's based on sales tax and VLF, and smaller county, less money, big county has it easy, right? It's a very backwards way to fund it.
The statistics you sent us in the email, those were pretty important, and I know you didn't hit on all of them, but that really kind of brought things down to earth. And I really appreciated that. I'd like to see that public.
I don't know if I can do that.
That's okay.
Before our negotiations are complete,
Okay.
which is why I was very kind of like nebulous in what I did say.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further from our board? It doesn't appear so, and I want to thank you again for giving us all this information today.
Thank you.
And I'm going to call a quick.
Present my slides.
What was that? We have them. We've got those. Thank you. I need to call a 5-minute break. I'm going to call our meeting back to order, and hang on one second. Director, I want to announce so the public is aware that also on the agenda you'll see UC Cooperative Extension presentation, and they are not available today, so that one is going to be moved to a future date unknown. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Director Boré.
Good afternoon, board and residents on Zoom and staff in the room. I am Robin Boré, your Special District Administrator. So I'm not going to read every one of these lines, but these are our accomplishments for 2025. And this is in addition to our standard operating 6 water systems and 4 wastewater systems. So the addition of our CMOM, Albert Coates, allowed us to implement a new fog program. So that's for fats, oils, and greases, which is a major contributor to spills and issues with the sewer system. He was able to purchase and implement the database, so he has now been able to take all the random lists that we had and put all of those in, all the locations into this database. It's a way for the businesses that have them cleaned. It's a place for them to have all that information uploaded so that they can be monitored. It also contains all the inspection records, and so he was able to get all of the known ones we had uploaded into the system. and get that fully implemented. He also created a comprehensive manhole inspection and line cleaning process, and that was primarily used by our new seasonal crew as a way to evaluate our existing system when they were out doing the smoke testing and LSL ratting, so that we could get a handle on, I&I and where we needed to do line cleaning. And so they were able to focus on those identified areas. And he also was able to get our CCTV camera van working that the district had for years, and they hadn't been able to use it. It was not operational. And so he was able to get that fully functional and is able to go out and camera lines and find issues. So every time there's a spill, he runs the camera through there. When we find stuff with the SL rat, he can run the camera in there and find where the blockages are, if it's roots, if it's, exactly what it is, if the lines are broken. It's a huge undertaking to actually camera all of the lines. So this is especially helpful when they're doing repairs and looking at problem areas. Additionally, he developed a spill response package, and that's in every one of our trucks now. So now he also trained all the staff on how to properly respond to a spill. So the first thing they do when they get there is to take a video and put out wattles and try and contain it and that stuff before they would just show up and start cleaning it up. And that made it very hard to report stuff. So he's got a whole process down and trained everybody on how to do that now. And it's helped a lot. We also created an EMT division, so that now all of our EMTs report to somebody that's an electrician that understands motors and maintenance and mechanics. So that's helping consolidate all of that information. And so now they also have a chain of command, or areas where they can reach out and get assistance from other areas instead of them being in a little island by themselves. They now have an electrician that knows how to do all of this stuff, and then a team, like the utility workers have a team. And Albert has also created 3 standard operating procedures that help with, how they are going to how they standardize all the different reactions to spills, to, he's going to create one for the camera van. He's going to create one for a couple other things. So he's gotten 3 of those done. We did hold our team building event that was very well received by our crew. We shut down the whole office, and so it was all the different utility areas got to get together. We created our CIP, which had been a long time coming. And it was going to be presented next month. And now I believe it's getting pushed off till March due to now funding issues and things that need to be shifted around with the emergency response. I will say that some of the projects that were in that would have prevented this last 2-week event. So we also completed the geyser agreement. And we are near completion of the 2 wells, one for Spring Valley and the secondary one for North Lakeport. The North Lakeport one, we actually found an existing well, and they're able to retrofit that one and get that one back online because the 2 holes we drilled there was no water. So this was a great find. And staff has been attending a lot of training from safety, traffic control, confined spaces, and other OSHA required training. So they're all up to speed on how to operate everything in a safe manner. All of the water companies, not just special districts, have been working really closely with the fire districts led by Willie Cepeda. And he has been working on some mobile fire suppressions. So they're like mobile fire hydrants, where you can deploy them into any body of water and it becomes a fire hydrant. And so we're working on those with him, and we'll be storing those and maintaining them at our yards so that there's 4 of them kind of dispersed around the different county area. And we'll coordinate with other water companies so that not only us can respond, that other people have access to those in an attempt to provide additional fire suppression. We've also awarded the rate study contract and had begun the Southeast rate study. We have put a pin in that for the next month until we recover all of our costs and can adjust for the recent occurrences, but that will be coming forth. And so some of our data points. So the SLRAT is a sewer line rapid assessment tool. So they go from manhole to manhole, and it sends a radio frequency, and then it bounces back and tells us by color if the line is clear or not. So if it comes back red, then the utility crews are notified to follow up, and they need to clean that line. That means it's full of roots or there's a blockage in there. And so there's 3 other colors. There's green, green's go, green is good. And then there's 2 other varying colors. And so the summer crew that we hired did 46 miles of that, which is almost all of the North Lakeport area, from Upper Lake, Nice, Lucerne, Kono, all the way down to North Lakeport, and that's the sewer collection system for Northwest. The line cleaning was predominantly in response to the SL routing. So when they found lines that were blocked, they were able to go clean those, as well as items that they found in the Southeast area. The same crew also did smoke testing, and so that's when they run smoke through the collection system, and then as it comes out, it'll come out in like rain gutters or in end-of-line cleanouts or property line cleanouts that aren't capped. So it is a huge help in reducing I&I in the system. And when they were doing that, they ran out of caps in the county, and we had to get more from outside of the county because there were so many caps that were not on. And they did identify several locations that had rain gutters connected. So that was a huge help. And then we also implemented a level 1 manhole inspection, and this is primarily in the northwest area of the wastewater system, and that's where they go and they pop the manhole and they do a thorough inspection and they take specific pictures. And so now we have a database of which manholes need to be fixed, which ones are in good condition, and that kind of stuff. And this will continue to other areas as time allows. And so now I want to talk, the next few slides are about sewage spills. And so category 1 are the spills we do not want. They are the ones that hit a body of water. They're the ones that we can't recapture and that we can't clean up after. So in 2025, we had a significant reduction in category 1 responses. And that's primarily because the crew is very responsive. They get the call, they're within minutes. The Vector truck now goes as soon as we get a call. It's not go assess it and then call it back on. They respond immediately. Certain areas they know to start calling pumper trucks and stuff like that. So you can see the geyser where the ARV blew in North Lakeport. That was actually a larger volume that came out of the system. But when it all is said and done, whatever we capture, when the pumper truck and the vac-on comes and we clean all of that up, we are able to deduct that from the total that's actually spilled. So when we respond, we initially call Cal OES and we say, we estimate it's usually 2,000 gallons or something like that, just by when we get there, what we think it is. That's an initial number. It is kind of a meaningless number, but it's a number that they need to put in their system to say that it's happened. And then periodically, like this last one, we started updating Cal OES as it kept growing, to the point where they finally updated it to the maximum possible amount that could have come out of the system, despite how much we are collecting from other lift stations. So they reported 2.9 as that was if the entire collection system had failed and dumped out in that neighborhood. And then we keep track of, because they ran pumper trucks from lift station 1 and 2. So those quantities couldn't spill. So now we deduct those. And so then we deducted 160,000 gallons of or 1.6 million gallons of the 2.9. leaving, a 1.3 million gallon possible spill. And then we then tally up all of the pumper trucks that came and cleaned up the lakes that were out there. And then that'll be further reduced into what the actual spill that just happened would be. And we actually have recovered more than we possibly could have spilled. We know that there was about 3,900 gallons based on their water math, and they, monitor how many garden hoses were going in the creek and that kind of stuff for how long, and they can calculate pretty accurately how much was actually lost into the drainage ditch that then went into the creek that went into the lake. So despite we have huge had a huge spill, we actually only spilled 3,900 gallons as when we report it to the state. And that report was actually just completed yesterday and certified. So that's kind of how these reports go. And so there seems to be a lot of confusion on how we report our sewer spills. So I kind of wanted to explain how it starts out It starts out really low, this normal little amount that is kind of standard for everybody to report. And then it is kind of more reality, less what we've recovered, and then what we actually spilled. So that's why that number moves so much. And so, but, we have in the last 2 years cut those rates down considerably. Category 1 spills are the ones that we don't want to have. I would much rather have 40 or 50 small 3 and 4 category ones that are easy to clean up. Granted, we don't want to have any spills, but if I have to choose, we don't want category 1s because that's the ones that go into our waterways, and we can't ever collect those back. So, and then we look at category 1, that's a spill that's over 1,000 gallons. However, it didn't make it to a waterway. That means it didn't make it into any kind of like dry ditch or anything like that. It was something that was completely able to be recovered. And so again, that number also decreased. Then category 3, those are the small spills between 50 gallons and 1,000 gallons. Usually, surcharges in the system. And those did go up, but those are a direct relation to staff understanding how to actually respond to the spill and calculate the flows at this point. And so they did go up, but if you look at all 4 categories, they have drastically gone down. And then the category 4 spills, previously these small spills were really not being reported, and that has drastically changed since I've become administrator, that a spill is a spill and we need to report it, not, oh, well, we spilled 5 gallons, it doesn't matter. That's still, we need to report that. So you can see that now those are all being reported. Not a large quantity, but it looks like a lot of different spills. And so moving on to some more matrix. So the manhole spot checks, we have started those. Those are really, they're popping the manholes and looking in the manholes, seeing, is the system surcharged? Can they see any visual blockage? Is there any indication there's issues? And so they're popping those. A lot of times at this point, they are putting in what we call dog bowls. Albert was able to inspect all 106 grease traps in the Middletown and Southeast area. And I believe he is now working on Northwest. And there's a few in Kelseyville that he's already done. So Kelseyville is pretty much done as well. The standard operating procedures that he has completed was the spill response pack, the manhole level 1 assessment package, and the sewer cleaning nozzle. So when on our VACON trucks, when they clean lines, there's different nozzles kind of like on your hose. And so there's like a cutting one that'll cut roots out. There's, there's different ones on there that are used for different kinds of cleaning in the system. And so he's created a procedure for that so that everybody knows why you use which tip when. He's also working on the one for the CCTV van and for the VACON trucks and the new GPS Trimble units that we're getting so that we can actually GPS all of our assets, and that can show up in our GIS modules more accurately. He's also working on updating the Middletown, Southeast, Northwest, and Kelseyville plants, processes, and the lift stations. Stuff that we're going to be working on this year is completing the grant applications for the consolidation projects that were approved, the CDBG grant application for the Middletown plant upgrade, and the new line cleaning and CCTVing of the entire Southeast system that Supervisor Sabatier pushed through a couple weeks ago. We'll also be completing the rate study for Southeast and Lands End. The Southeast collection system hasn't been updated since 2010, and so that's also going to have a lot of these new projects that need to be done, where we need to replace lines and we need to do slip lining, and a lot of those other projects will start showing up in these rate studies. Lands End is the area where our system joins with Lakeport, and so right now we're charged more by the city of Lakeport to collect and treat that system than we are collecting from the ratepayers. So that's why it's a very small area, but it's a priority system because it's a negative rate return right now. We also should be finishing the full circle feasibility study and the capacity analysis for water and wastewater. And there's two slip lining projects. So that's the pipe lining where they're working on that in Kelseyville and in the harbor area in Helen's district down in the down by the lake. And then working on the water line replacement in Live Oak. All three of those projects have been awarded, so they're in process. And then working on lift stations. There's 3 lift stations in Paradise Valley that are in very poor condition. And so they're working on getting those lined so that they're all sealed up again. And so the next thing is to finish installing the I&I reduction bowls. That's what we call dog bowls, and it's the little saucer that goes inside the lip of a manhole. And I want to highlight that these are to reduce I&I from rain. But when they become inundated and the water floods over them, or there's runoff from like dirt areas and there's rock and debris, these will fill up and they will collapse into the system. So they're a rain deter, but they are not a end all. This is going to solve any I&I that comes across that manhole. So that's why it's really important that our manholes are never covered with water and free from any storm flows. Then we're going to finish completing the sewage dump station at Southeast and Northwest. And those plans are almost ready to go to bid. And then we will be looking at a SCADA upgrade project that will do a complete analysis of all of our SCADA systems and create a separate network from the county so that this can be a true automated system where from anywhere in the county, the crews will be able to see, oh, I have a high wet well alarm, and it's a computerized system that monitors all the wastewater, and you can use it for water as well. So we can turn on wells, we can turn on pumps, we can respond from a tablet or a phone while the crews are actually responding to scene, and getting that upgraded. Right now, a lot of our systems are sold; they don't even support them anymore. Right now, if you want to see the ones in Northwest wastewater system, you actually have to go to that office. And then if you want to see the ones for Spring Valley, you have to drive way out to Spring Valley. So getting one that's on a standalone system, we've done a lot of upgrades to the Soda Bay plant already. And that's our goal, is to get analysis of the entire system and what it would take to get everybody up to a modern state of technology. That'll come back in the CIP. You guys will see that. Another project that was coming in the CIP was the Southeast Headworks realignment project that would have replaced all the valves, including the one that failed 2 weeks ago. And it would have separated. We have all the force mains coming into Southeast in one location. They come in as separate pipes. It's like 19 lanes of a highway converging into like 5 lanes. And so obviously when the large pipe kicks on, the other ones back up. And so separating those all out would have, one, stopped any backfeeding. And this would have also put in redundant valves and all of that stuff. So this is a much needed project. We are seeking federal funding for this, or state funding, because this is a huge improvement that the Headworks really needs at Southeast. But right now we probably have no money left after this incident. And then finishing the Kelseyville tertiary study and awarding the tank replacement project. There's 2 more tanks in Soda Bay that are still the redwood tanks that we need to finish. And Scott's been working on the bid documents for that. He had to, because the bid documents had all 4 tanks on them, and so now the state wants us to break those out. So he's been working on that. And we will continue to monitor our sewer spill data, RSL wrap miles, line cleaning miles, smoke testing, the level 1 manholes, manhole spot checks, and the grease trap inspections. All of those are huge things that need to happen to properly maintain our collection system and all of our wastewater systems. That is a key focus of our department at this point. We are trying to be proactive instead of reactive. And as you all know, our infrastructure is very old, has not been, maintained at the level that maybe it should have. And so this is going to be a heavy lift to get us to that point. It's a lot of dollars, and we're in the process of evaluating all of that. We'll be seeking funding. You'll see stuff coming back in the rate studies of, similar to like Middletown and other areas where those rates had to go way up to get things fixed. And so all of these will help us identify where our real problem areas are, prioritize those. If we get the funding for the cameraing the Southeast lines, it will automatically, if we hire that out, the CCTV, a crew comes in, they'll clean the lines, and then they send the cameras through, and then it automatically feeds into a computerized database of our system that then will highlight for us using AI and other technologies of exactly where we need to fix stuff and create a prioritization list for us. Something that would take us probably 10 years to do, based on our staffing and the fact that we are so responsive at this point instead of being proactive. And then we'll continue finishing up the standard operating procedures. So that's what we have been doing and what we plan on doing.
Bring it back to the board. Are there any questions at this point? Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
I'm not going to ask any questions, just like I haven't asked any questions for most others. I think I only spoke up for the child support services just because it provided something that I had requested the year before. I will be emailing all my questions for all different departments, this one included. And there's a lot on my mind regarding all of the information that was provided, and I think it's probably best that I just not say anything. But I do hope that the board is paying attention to the issue that the data provides in front of us. I mean, add it all up, we have just until between 3 or 4 years, 1.5 million gallons of spill versus 15,000, which is the next highest in Northwest. And so where we place our dollars are important. And I am not enamored at all about this idea of a 218, which includes the emergency. I think the emergency is a side effect of other issues, not something that people should be paying for eternity. We're already the most expensive sewer, and that makes no sense to me already. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Anything further? No?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Supervisor
You
Hahn.
mentioned you had mentioned cutting the roots out of the lines when there's blockages. If there's roots inside the lines and we cut them out, is sewage able to leak out through those? Because the roots have infiltrated the lines. So should those lines be replaced rather than just cutting the roots out?
In an ideal world, they would be, all of that would be removed and then the lines would be slip lined or replaced. So they're all going onto a list of these are the things that need to be replaced. The northwest and southeast are the primary ones that have root intrusion and a lot of I&I. There's been a lot of work done in Middletown after the fires and stuff, so that system is a stronger system at this point, as well as Kelseyville. Kelseyville is a much smaller system, and they have been able to keep up with that and maintain it better. But yes, that means that it could potentially exclude out into the trenches, but not something that you would expect that it would like leave the actual sewer trench that it's already in. But it also means that the lines are compromised because
That's what I'm getting at, yeah.
there's literally holes from the roots going in there.
Right, and I was asking, why are we not replacing them?
And it's all a funding thing. That's the answer to all of our issues right now is how much money we need to do this. But as they go through, they will identify these. There used to be other technologies chemicals that were allowed to be used where they could go along where the
trees are.
Where the trees are and put this root blocking stuff, which is now illegal. So now we're left with fighting the root intrusion, and yes, we will have to either slip line the lines or replace them.
And the Middletown system also is much newer than our Clear Lake.
Yeah, but just because it's newer doesn't mean that we should ignore it either. Because
no, I'm not saying
we need
that.
to
I'm
make sure
saying
we're maintaining it.
prioritizing
Yes,
where the bigger issues are.
yes. But we look at them as, all separate areas and, try and maintain all of them. Just southeast and northwest are much more massive and much older and have far more. Southeast is by far the system that needs the most.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And not seeing anything further, so we'll thank you for the presentation today. And we will move on to our treasurer tax collector.
All right, good afternoon, board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. So this is a presentation for the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office for our 2025 accomplishments and 2026 points of emphasis. I'll start off again just by highlighting our office has 3 different divisions. Treasury, which deals with the county's banking and finances, investments, managing the treasury pool, tax, which is everything from property tax to cannabis tax, occupancy tax, that entire range. And then there's the collections division, which deals primarily with court-ordered debt. That's all the criminal and traffic cases in the county. But we also do handle collections for other county departments to help them recover the revenue owed. So we'll start off with the slides here. These are some of our highlights from the previous year. We did complete our transition from US Bank to BMO for custodial banking services. That was a big lift for our office. It's a lot of work to change banks. So we remain with Wells Fargo on our sort of daily banking side, but now it's from BMO where we operate our investment program. So we're still resolving some of the final reporting issues we're having, trying to get everything reconciled and squared away, but as of about 6 weeks ago, we're up and running with that. We did launch a short-term rental software program, Rentalscape. This was really helpful in our enforcement efforts. We've had a great deal of success. It scours the internet, all the different websites from Airbnb to Vrbo, other newer sites too, like HipCamp, for instance. And it helps us identify the location of these short-term rentals. With this, our revenues have definitely increased this last year. It went from 932,000 to 1.3 million. Some of that is because of delinquency. I want to say about half that increase the last time I looked was based on delinquent debt. So the good part about this program, we're recovering delinquent money that's owed to the county, but we're also hopefully boosting revenue into the future, which is one of our major goals. We did implement electronic payment options for multiple departments. We've been working with individual departments on their various software programs to launch these. At some point after we go live with the new ERP Workday, which I think was mentioned by the auditor's office earlier, we do hope to offer a third-party payment option for the county where any department can use it, but we are quite a long ways off from that. There's a lot of other things that need to fall into place. So at this time, we've just been onboarding various departments. We can't really onboard anyone else until after we launch Workday, so because now we're fully into getting the system ready for that July 1 launch, at least at this time. We did implement a third-party collections program for court collections and probation cases. That's been very successful for us and has helped us recover a lot more funds. That's combined with the tax intercept program. Last year was the first year that we were able to launch the tax intercept program, which allows us to seize and intercept those income tax refunds from defendants and others that owe money under these programs. That has helped us sort of buck the trend. The state has taken away, I think you may have heard child support mention this earlier, the state has taken away a lot of the tools that we previously had to collect. So a lot of agencies are sliding backwards. We actually were able to increase our revenues, which is partially because we didn't have this program before. So this has been critical and has helped offsetting some of the new challenges that we're facing. We continued tax sales, and we also established an agreement with a third-party collections agency for unsecured property taxes. I'm sure all of you have probably heard about those letters going out, but it is a mandatory duty that we have from the state under the current structure. We do have to make an effort to collect on these, so that's underway. Going forward, we are taking action. Well, I think we're taking enforcement action sooner. You could say we're keeping the cases in-house for a couple of years. We're going to try to work them ourselves, and then they'll go to the outside collections. So hopefully going forward, we don't have the volume that we're seeing right now. What I want to point out is just this has been a very difficult operation for our staff to do. We've been upgrading all of these programs and trying to implement all these new procedures, and at the same time, we have to maintain our regular operations. So I really want to commend them because we've been able to do both, and there's definitely no way we could have done it without them. So this is our points of emphasis going forward in this new year. We want to complete some various software transitions. We still have legacy systems across our divisions, so it's not just the Workday ERP for us. Whether it's Treasury, tax, or collections, we do have a sort of that hodgepodge of systems. We'd like to get away from that. We want to consolidate into newer software so that everything is more streamlined. So that's a major goal. We also want to do that while some of the staff that has working knowledge of these programs is still around. So that's important for us in our time frame. I would note that we've continued to grow the county's investment program. I know you get regular reports on that, so I don't really want to take too much time. But those figures just give an idea of where we've come with this. That back in fiscal year 21-22, we were at 1.6 million. That was sort of the first year we had the program up and running. This last fiscal year, we hit 19.1 million. So it's been a great deal of growth. We report on a cash basis. So again, I don't see any growth expanding past this year. I would think that you're going to be seeing the peak here very soon, or perhaps we have seen the peak. We're continuing to modernize and upgrade the deferred compensation plan, which needed some attention. So we have 2 providers, so that's a bit of work. There's a lot of statutory changes that we're trying to implement. Again, it's hard because we have to implement this transition in Workday while at the same time all these new rules are going into effect. So it's another piece that we have to manage. We're continuing to develop the cannabis tax program. audits, legislative updates. We brought that new ordinance forward. There's going to be some other changes needed, so you'll continue to see action there. We're going to continue to monitor impacts to court collections at both the state and local level. The state has been really aggressive in a lot of the changes they've made. They've removed a lot of the fines and fees, and they've, like I said, removed a lot of the tools that we had. So you have the situation where there's a lot of debt out there that ends up really not being very recoverable. So this is definitely a major issue, and there's not great solutions, but tax intercept, some of those other ones are where we've headed, and we are having success. We're continuing development of unsecured property tax. We already went into that, how we're going to kind of change our structure about working it in-house and then sending it out. Finally, there's the transition to the Workday ERP, which is, another job and a half, and again, has to happen at the same time as everything else. So there are a few other challenges I want to touch on that aren't on the slide that I mentioned. Since it's a governance workshop, this does impact our operations. Staffing is hard for us. We're an office, there's only 9 staff under me. We have one out on leave, and unfortunately we're losing someone else at the end of the week. He's been here for about 5 years. We've been able to cross-train him in the department. He's really taken on huge responsibilities, backup in a lot of areas, lead in others. And he's been hired out by Napa County. So their Treasurer Tax Collector's Office is taking him. But I would point out the reason he's leaving is that he did find out that he was having gonna have a baby. He was starting a family, and he could not afford to stay here because of the benefits. He had planned on remaining here. But because our health insurance is structured so differently than other counties and other agencies, we really can't retain anyone. So I just want to point this out because I do have a bit of a problem that the majority of my staff is in this middle career range where we do tend to see people having families or starting families, potentially getting married or having a child. Because our insurance is so expensive, like 3 to 4 times the cost of other agencies around us or other counties, I don't really know how to deal with that, going forward. I'm not quite sure what to do because these positions are generally filled by people in that stage of their life. And I know in the past we've been advised to tell people that, like to have the spouse get a job at, schools or another agency, somewhere where they can get coverage. But that is really hard for us to do. And it does put us in a weird situation where suddenly people's personal lives and their background is presenting itself into our employment structure. So I would encourage the county, I know it's come up before, but to find some way to address this, because the increases that went into effect in January now were huge. I mean, they outpaced, if you're on a family plan, the increase was probably 2 to 3 times whatever COLA you received. So I don't really see a path forward. I don't really know what to do. I've lost one person specifically to this. I may lose others due to their own uncertainty because people can't afford to stay here for, even a month or 2 if their spouse were to lose their coverage. So I'm not here today to offer a solution, but I'm here to identify it as a very real problem. This is a major impact for my office. Losing this employee after all this, a lot of work and development is really frustrating, especially when he's from here, went to college, came back with the intent of building a career in our office. So anyways, I want to bring that to your attention. Another challenge that we do face that I don't quite know how to explain that well are the closures. A lot of the office closures are confusing for my office. We often, when people have business at one county office or another, let's say they only have business at 2, often it's us and that other department. A lot of departments, it seems more than the past, do close to the public for various trainings, and we understand that. We want to close as well. But all the closures are happening, it's seemingly more frequently and at different times. There's no coordination of date or times between departments. And it used to be sometimes departments used to come to the board, or some of them did, to request the closure, but doesn't seem to be the case anymore. So we're having trouble figuring out, for instance, if we can't reach a department or if the public's saying they can't, whether that's because they're closed for a training or, they're just busy. That happens in my office. But I guess a thought for the board is, if there's a day that we could designate, or certain dates of the year, that departments could close to the public so that we could all do training at the same time, that would be really helpful. Because unfortunately right now, my office often ends up stuck in the middle, because when people can't get to the other office they're here for, because they typically have business with us, we end up fielding that and trying to solve their problems. I guess, as we mentioned, we already have some staffing issues. So anything that we could do to maybe put us all on the same schedule, and offer us all that opportunity would be greatly appreciated. So other than that, I'm off my soapbox, sorry. But if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Anything from the board at this point? Supervisor Owen, looks like.
Oh, you know what? Go ahead. I was just making a note, and then I'll get back to it.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else. So.
Those were great suggestions on the specified training days. I think that would probably behoove many. The tax default properties, I know that's something we're still working on. One of the things I had thought about, and maybe this isn't the right time to bring it up, is to bring it into our preview within the county so that we can do something you guys don't, it's not going to continue to cost us, as in take those. The healthcare issue, is that a county-wide retention problem?
It's not exactly countywide. There is at least one bargaining unit that has the standard type of insurance coverage that you see in our other local agencies or the other counties. But the other units and the unrepresented employees all share the same structure. So I believe it's everyone except the sheriff's office.
Okay, all right. So, and then, so at a later time, we can maybe talk about some solutions.
Thank you.
Anything further? I'm not seeing any at this point, so we'll thank you for providing that presentation today.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to our last presentation of the day, from our Water Resources Director.
Hello everyone, it's Pawan Upadhyay, Lake County Water Resources Director. So I will just give you a brief overview of the programs we have and then dive into our presentation. So as a brief overview of the things we manage is the lake bed management, which includes overseeing the permitting, leasing, and lake bed maintenance, which also includes aids to the navigation, flood control and levee maintenance for designated flood zone assessments, operation and maintenance of Adobe and Highland Spring reservoirs, management and oversight of Middle Creek Restoration Project, management and oversight of the Highland Spring Park and Recreational Area, and Lake County Watershed Protection District is also the NPDES permit holder for the stormwater management. We provide invasive species management and integrated aquatic plant management program, which is also part of the NPDES permit compliance. Fish habitat protection, Clear Lake water quality monitoring, urban and stream storm water and post-fire water quality monitoring, groundwater management, watershed management and hydrological studies depending on where it's needed, and public outreach and education. So diving into the presentation, the accomplishments for 2025 is we launched the first year of the Community Science Hitch Survey Program, which was well received, and it is also encourages citizen science engagement. updated county code for vessel inspection to strengthen the newly emerging golden mussel thread, maintain quagga mussel inspection and voter outreach at public rams, ongoing tribal partnership on hiss tagging, rescues, and habitat restoration, continued the acquisition of parcel within the Middle Creek flood damage and ecosystem restoration project, removed debris and navigational hazard from Clear Lake, improving public safety and water quality. Some of the grant which we received last year was the Stream Gauge Improvement Program, which is the CALSIP, to continue the Clover Creek bypass at Elk Mountain Road in Upper Lake. So this was one of the monitoring station which was discontinued by USGS, and this grant will continue it for another 3 years. Coal Creek habitat improvement, and I think Supervisor Pasca and Supervisor Rasmussen have been involved in that. So that was another part like which has been consistent issue of localized flooding and also major barrier for the Clear Lake hitch. So we did got a grant to improve it, and also we did some work during the summertime to improve the condition. And then another important project we got funding for is the LG Sonic buoy project. And it includes 2 funding sources, which is one from the HUD and the other is from the Blue Ribbon Committee. Yeah, that's also in like its final stage. So hopefully this summer, before this summer, it should be deployed. 2 other important projects we worked on is the sediment and vegetation removal. One is on the Alley Creek at Pitney Lane, Upper Lake, and the other one is at the Coal Creek at Clark Drive, Kelseyville. So some of the data point and metrics is total number of lakebed permits application issued was 33 during the last year. Total number of violation and abatement is we sent out 25 notices and 4 enforcement action was taken. Total percentage of the lakebed lease we have received is about 92%. Total billable account for the lakebed is about 1,689, and the total amount billed was 304,000 roughly. Total amount due from citation is $100 at this point. Total number of resident and non-residents quagga stickers sold, and the data is up to October 31st is 12,283.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Supervisor Hahn.
Was that 12,000 for 2025? Because it stated total. It was
Yeah,
that just
2025
okay.
till October 31st.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
And we don't sell quite often after October anyway, so I think that it might be small increase after that.
Okay, thank you.
So some other data points are the dump sites. So we cleaned up about 13 dump sites near the tributaries or the creeks. Number of hitch-related activities, which include participation in meeting, conferences, field work, and the hiss tagging, which our staff is part of, is 164. In 2025 district, and I think this was one of the metric requested in last year governance workshop that we report on the number of hitch during our survey. So in 2025, in our internal district survey, we observed 266 adult Clear Lake hitch compared to 23, which was observed in 2024. And then the community science program, like which I talked about in the beginning. So that last year was the first year of it, and in total, the total number of observed adult Clear Lake hitch was 3,347. The number of grant which we manage from the Lake County Watershed Protection District is about 25 active grants, which totals up about $24,200,000 in total. Total number of public outreach efforts over the last year was about 15. which also includes the conferences and some of the field work. For 2026, so we're gonna continue to provide the golden quagga and zebra mussel outreach and the voter education. Another goal is to have the LG Sonic project on ground. It's mostly waiting on the environmental clearance at this point. Continue the second year of community science hitch survey program, which is also kicking off next month. Finalize the CNRA contract for 2025 grants award and initiate implementation. So these are the grants which you might have observed, like some of the funding I had for the board approval early this year or end of 2025. So these are the funds which we have received from the Blue Ribbon Committee from last round of funding. It includes like multiple district projects. The another priority is to begin the 5-year periodic work on the 5-year periodic evaluation for the Big Valley GSA, which is the groundwater management, which is another state mandate we have to comply with. Continue work with multiple agencies for creek vegetation removal and habitat restoration. Enhance maintenance effort on all watershed protection district facilities. Continue to maintain lake bed structure, debris removal, and to ensure safe boating environment on Clear Lake. And for the debris removal, I think we have that abatement project which we were really hoping to move forward with. We did everything on our side, but we didn't receive any successful bid on that. So our plan is to change a little bit and then go one structure at a time. So I think that would be part of the next year work plan. And another important thing is to continue pursuing funding for the ongoing project as well as some other department priorities we have. For 2026 data point and metrics, it would be, I think, somewhat similar to this year, which is total number of lake bed permit application issued, total number of violation and abatements, total percentage of lake bed lease payment received, total amount due from citation, total number of residents and non-residents quagga stickers sold, dump sites cleanup near or in tributaries, total number of hitch related activities, number of grant managed, total funding value of all the grants, and the number of public outreach efforts. Yeah, thank you. I think that's all I have for today. Yeah.
Anything for Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah. You're talking about levee maintenance. Just wanted to touch base on some of that. We recently went through the whole situation with the biochar, as you remember, and the lease for that. I know we're going to be looking at that in the future, but I also wanted to highlight and see if there's room for the maintenance that's in that area. If you notice, there's a lot of vegetation.
Yeah, so I think that's the Alley Creek cleanup was part of that near the Pitney Lane Bridge, and we are planning to do another round this year, which will be extending it. And then another project we have is that Caltrans mitigation grant.
Right.
So we are probably trying to kick a start work on that this fall as well.
Okay.
We might combine like the remaining work from the last year, which happened at the Alley Creek and the Caltrans, and move forward that project.
That was my next question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that covered?
Yeah. Yeah.
Supervisor Owen?
I'm sure that there's some people watching today that are concerned about the Hidden Valley levee, and we had went down during the summer in September and checked it out, and there was a lot of erosion. And I know that the creek does need to be cleaned, and I know I'd sent you another letter a couple weeks ago. That's just something I do every few months just to keep everybody abreast of it. And so I just want to make sure that's on your radar.
Yeah, it is, and I'm doing my research on like how we move forward on that. We are working on it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for those that don't know, it's there by Pitty Creek Bridge and the roundabout, all the way both sides of the bridge. Actually, there's a lot of erosion going on, and there's it's actually eroding away the levee there by Hidden Valley. So it's kind of a safety issue.
Yeah, and also I think it is also the matter of like who's has responsibility where, and there has been some past studies which has been done and to delineate that, and I'm doing my research on that, and I will probably reach out to you soon.
And I do know that there has been Epidendil for one that wanted to go in to do some of the restoration and cleaning out, and they were blocked by Fish and Wildlife. So we have Pawan working on that, the Fish and Wildlife permits in that area, because that seems to be something that people are having a hard time getting through.
Yeah, definitely. I think we can definitely coordinate that thing and move forward on that.
Thank you.
And then I just had a couple of things for the benefit of the public, because the questions are still out there on, assuming we're going to be moving forward this year on the flood study out in the Scotts Creek watershed.
Yes, so we already have a contractor selected for the bigger study we are doing in the Scotts Valley, and then the flood on the valley that would be added to the same contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I appreciate you mentioned the dump sites in the creek. That's a big deal for me. I know we have a very massive one that's in a spawning creek that we are working on getting a final date to hopefully get that cleaned up. I'm not sure where we're exactly at. We don't have to get into all the details, but just mentioning that those are extremely harmful to our environment and also getting into the lake.
Yeah, we are like making plans for that. That's a big one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll come together.
Anything further? It appears none. So we're going to thank you for presenting today, and
thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Pawan.
Yeah, thanks.
And with that, we have concluded all parts of the governance workshop. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the public. If there are any comments from any part of item 6, which started back at Vision 28 through this last presentation, go ahead. State your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. First of all, I just want to extend my thanks to the board and to the staff. This was a really informative report and governance. I do appreciate the consistency of the presentations. And as a citizen, it's really insightful to see just how hard people work in order to support our county. And I think that needs to be promoted well beyond this chambers. And I hope we can do that in the future. A couple observations, just really quick. Again, so much was covered and I can't do it all in 3 minutes. Regarding the sewage spill that was discussed during the special districts, I may have missed it, but it seems like the calculation of what was spilled and how to get, the math there, it seems that they were taking credit for spill avoidance. And I'm not sure if I missed that, but I think it'd be worth taking a look at that. I mean, 2.9 million gallons, if you have pumpers there to avoid additional spill, I don't know if that should add or subtract to that. The other thing, real quick, having to travel through Highland Springs Recreation Area to and from virtually every day for the last quarter century. Margot and I do have a fondness for that park. I do believe that a serious consideration of transferring the park aspect of it to public services is a win-win, not only for public services and for the people, but also for water resources in Lake County Watershed Protection District. The public services has a skill of treating it like a park, and I'm a big fan of that park. The other thing I just want to point out real quick, regarding the PRAs that were discussed, Margo and I have been tangentially involved in a few cases directly involved in PRAs. And there has been a remarkable increase, but taking it from a user experience perspective, with the advent of OpenGov, the way the PRAs are being managed is dramatically different than it used to be. Before, we would open up a PRA and we would get information back and it wouldn't be quite correct. There would be missing attachments, missing documents, things like that. And you used to be able to work with the county under the same PRA to get it made right. And it might take 3 or 4 or 5 attempts. Now, under OpenGov, you get your package, they immediately close a PRA. You have essentially the same issues, but now you got to open up another PRA and a third and a fourth and a fifth until hopefully you get it right. So I'm confident after the nearly 24 PRAs that we've known about and seen it happen over and over again, not just with us, but with others, that is a main contributor to the reason why there's such an increase. And I'll thank you for your time. But again, I think it was a good day.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Do we have any further in the room? If you could state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Margot Kambara. I have a few questions and suggestions grouped by department. First, Admin Office HR. Please consider adding the following two programs under 2026 points of emphasis. First, an internship program, such as the one resumed by the county last year. And second, develop a Grow Your Own program as a tool to recruit county employees from the community. Secondly, for admin office in general, consider adding as a 2026 point of emphasis key Board of Supervisors ad hoc committee support assignments such as the County Energy Policy Development and the Rent Stabilization Solutions Committee. For the Sheriff's Office, consider adding a metric for resolving calls without arrest. For example, number of calls that end in mental or behavioral health services, referral, or assistance. This type of metric captures the effort of the Sheriff's Office that serves the community good that does not result in arrest. For public services, consider adding the following 2026 point of emphasis. Develop electrification and/or green energy plan for county-owned facilities. This effort can help reduce and control the county's energy costs and reduce the county's carbon footprint. This activity could apply to facilities planning/design on slide 130 of the presentation deck posted for this meeting. For water resources, I have a question. On slide 19 of today's presentation deck, water resources shows a reduction in the cannabis cultivation and business tax revenue. How will this impact the department's work and ability to meet its federal and state mandated activity? I suggest that if cannabis cultivation and business tax revenue allocations be reduced to departments, then consider that departments state the case for their share of the tax revenue, similar to a grant proposal exercise. And finally, consider adding a point of emphasis depending on the response to the following question. As part of Clear Lake restoration, couldn't or shouldn't water resources be working with BLM to curb or stop soil erosion from Cow Mountain into Scotts Creek, which feeds into Clear Lake? And if this effort is underway, where can the public obtain updates on progress? Thank you for your consideration, and thank you for putting together all this information for the public. It's been most enlightening.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? Seeing none, we'll move to online. Betsy Kahn will unmute you. You can go ahead and state your name for the record, please. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Betsy Kahn, Upper Lake. I would just like to suggest that the county administration, the Board of Supervisors, and the public have not had a detailed report on compliance with the NPDES program, which is comprehensive and includes impacts to water resources of all types since 2013, I believe. And even though the answers to 91 questions in the compliance permit are available online to those who are brave enough to go through the state system, it would be helpful for everyone, including all of you, to understand all the different parts of that compliance permit and how we are complying with the requirements. It does touch on all those issues, including what was mentioned earlier, just about the Scotts Valley flooding, stormwater, soil erosion, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. Do we have any further online, Carolyn? We do not. With that, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment at 3:48 and adjourn the meeting.
Wait, we have one comment.
What was that? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you.
We're
not adjourned.
I apologize. I thought you had seen it. So I always appreciate learning about where we are and what we're doing. I think there's a more efficient way to maybe do this, just my personal opinion. And I'd love to have those conversations. But it's really hard to talk about data points when the dates aren't the same as the previous years. A lot of people were cut off as of December 1st. Some people were cut off as of November. Some people were cut off mid-December. Like, it needs to be a comparable apples to apples from the years past. And also the data points, it's okay to add some, but if you're going to delete some, there needs to be an explanation as to why you're not using those data points anymore. So I was looking back and forth between the last 3 years. The first year, it was more of a, here are the data points we're going to start using. Last year was, here's the first data points. And this year, some of them were verbatim what it was the year past, and some of them were just completely different, and some of them the dates didn't match. And so I think if we're going to do this, there has to be a great value to it. And if we're not doing apples to apples, I don't know that we're getting the true value of understanding how are we doing this year versus last year in order to enhance the conversations that we have. And so to me, that's whoever is organizing this, the criteria needs to be the same for all departments. Because again, some departments were doing fiscal year, some departments were doing calendar year. It was just kind of all over the place. And I just think that we need to do better in order to really be able to compare, or else we're hearing numbers, we're saying yay, we're saying maybe better, but it's hard to tell if we don't really know what the difference is. So, final comment.
Thank you, and I apologize for missing that. Anything further? Go ahead, Supervisor Pyska.
Well, I appreciate the improvements that we've made year over year. I remember many years ago where we started with these governance workshops and getting to this point. I appreciate the improvements. And I know a lot of the department heads have to put a lot of time into this. Their teams support them through this. I appreciate it. And I feel like every year it does get better and these reports are stronger. So I just want to give all my appreciation to everybody that works so hard to deliver this for us for this full day. So thank you.
All right. Again, thank you for everybody for being here today and to our departments. And we will go ahead and now adjourn our meeting.